Okay, hello everybody. Guess what? It's Wednesday, and so we're doing some deck techs, and I'm going to be talking about Strixhaven spoilers because, good God, is this set awesome? There's just so much good stuff. So maybe I'll be brewing a deck with something like that, or I don't know, a million other things. I got a lot less responsibilities today, but we are kicking this off with a deck tech from Cyborg. Zuzu and friends. Uh, I it it's funny. Zuko Conflicted was a card that initially I had clocked for standard. I thought like there were some really fun play patterns with this card. It just turns out it does not compete so well with like everything else. But I think this card is really cool. So I'm interested to see what they did with it on for this deck build. So what we have, it's 2 mana for a 2/3. Beginning of your first main phase, choose one that hasn't been chosen and you lose 2 life. You draw a card, you put a counter on him, you add a red mana, or you exile him and return him under an opponent's control. I think that is so cool because you have like a lot of flexibility in what you want to do. You get to hang on for a while, and then that's such a unique ability that is also incredibly flavorful. Incredibly flavorful. So Cyborg, you said that this is a very bracket 2, which checks out. Thanks, Moxfield. And then trying to improve the consistency of our turn 4 game plan. So talk to me. What is the turn 4 game plan, or do you want me to figure that out? And then hello, Mysterious. I think they'll do more self-replicating enchantments like Endless Foot Assault and Changing Loyalty. I think they need to be careful with those. So I don't think we'll get a lot more, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like 1 or 2 more here. Hey, Aegis, appreciate that. Hello. Think it should be immediately obvious from your mana curve. Okay, cool. Let's see. So we have a Lily as our only planeswalker. And then our creatures start at 4 mana. Okay. So is our okay, maybe just the game plan is play Zuko on 2 on turn 3, add 1 red mana. So we're guaranteed a mana, it's a mana rock kind of. We're guaranteed to have 4 mana on turn 3. So then we can go, we only have 3 creature options. Disciple of Bolus, which like, sure, we can sacrifice Zuko, but that doesn't seem the best. Firelord Ozai, I like this as our turn 3 play. And Knuckles also I think is a great turn 3 play. Then everything is just big old honking creatures from that point on. Pinnacle Monk is probably in here just because it's an MDFC, which we love. And then, okay, extra combats. Big value. What version of this, what version of Clive is? I really like Clive as a card, but I don't know that I don't know this printing of it. This was not in the main set, right? Or was it? Did I just never see this card? Maybe that's the case, because I'm like, I've seen the other versions, but maybe this was probably just the super special awesome card in the actual set. It's the fanciest main set printing. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is just like oops all haymakers. Colligan. I haven't seen anybody play a Dragonlord Colligan in a minute. Mostly because everybody looks at the last ability. When an opponent casts a creature or planeswalker with the same name as a card in the graveyard, they lose 10 life. That doesn't do anything in Commander. But a 6/5 flying haste that also hastes all your other stuff, that's good enough. Atali Harvester. Yeah, look at... All right. So a ton of big old creatures. Suspiciously, we skipped the 5 mana slot. All of these, every single one is 6 mana. Okay, okay. Instant Malakir Rebirth seems good. I assume we have ways to sacrifice Zuko so that we don't have to give him to our opponents. Okay, a nice interaction suite. I love a good redirect. Let's see, our sorceries seems pretty standard. Board wipes, card advantage. And then artifacts. Oh, Surveyor Scope. Mauled was talking to me about this card. I kept getting it confused with like Explorer Scope or whatever. I know he's kind of hot on this right now. Search your library for up to X basic land cards, where X the number of players who control at least 2 more lands than you. I'll lead with, I have not played this card. You put him on this. Okay, maybe I'll start testing this out. Because to me, this seems not good. But, I don't know. Give me one moment, everybody. I just heard the doorbell, which I don't know what that would be. I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, I have no idea. Not a clue. I think I got ding dong ditched. Okay, so right. Yeah, right. The Surveyor Scope. So it's 2 mana. So like at the base level, you really want to get, you have to be able to get 1 land consistently. And it's not really better than a mana rock unless you're getting 2 lands consistently. So you need to be like, let's assume your opponents are just playing lands on curve. They're not missing land drops. You have to put yourself behind 2 lands. But as chat has pointed out, you can just crack a fetch. That helps. So like if you are not first, I guess that it's better than a rock at 1 land. I mean, kind of. Because a rock just works right away. And this to me would be worse than a rock at 1 land because you have the chance that it's not like it's not a guaranteed 1 land. Yeah, right. You're naturally down 1, but how do you get, like, you just have to make sure that you can get down a second one. Because like obviously the bounce lands are great for this. So you're on, I assume, yeah, the 3 that you can put in this deck. Lotus Field is a nice way to set it up. Interesting. I'll have to test it out. It seems like a cool card. Plus, obviously, there's upside of like, you know, like landfall synergies or artifact synergies or whatever else. I'm interested. I'll test it out. Maybe you'll see it pop up on a decked out episode here or there. Also, man, opposite if you skip a land. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know if I want to count on missing a land. But you've got me interested. Let's see what else we got in here. Okay. We are certainly rampant. Shaku and Relic of Legend seem pretty nice. We get to use our 2-mana commander as mana. Intentionally skip a drop to turn it on. I mean, I guess, yeah. I don't want to tell people to skip land. I don't want to tell people to drop lands in their decks. But I will give it a shot. Wow, this is a lot of ramp. So is our game plan here? The Golden Throne is very nice because you can turn Zuko into mana and not give him away. All right, and our enchantments are Rise of Sozin and Annex and Chamber. Okay. So we're going turn 2 Zuko, turn 3 Mana Rock, turn 4 6-drop. Yeah? That seems to be about right. And then I'm also interested. Let's see. Let's play this out. So Zuko does add mana on turn 3. On turn 4, you're playing your 6-drop and you're like drawing a card or getting a counter. And then you still have a whole nother turn to figure out what to do with Zuko before you give him away, which honestly is not even the biggest problem because you're putting a big old 6-drop on the board. Okay. Look, I'm definitely a big supporter of, you know what? My plan is to fill my deck with a bunch of cool ass creatures, and I'm going to play them consistently. No matter what, every game I'm going to play something cool. I already support this. Okay. But now, what do we do with this? So, what do you want to do with this? Does it seem to be functioning? Are we looking for some cooler 6-drops? Are there like issues, like core issues you found with the deck? Oh yeah, I can say that again. Thanks for the sub. So what are you looking for out of this deck? Like particularly the deck tech. Do you feel like the deck has like issues, like functional issues? Are you looking for, you know, some more heat for it? It sounds like you probably want to keep this in bracket 2. Dollar amount in gold fishing. You want the 6-mana guy plan to happen 95% of the time. Currently, you're on 20 rocks, 20 guys, 40 lands. You don't know the combo math. Okay. So, like, we're guaranteed we're guaranteed our turn 4 Or turn 3 4 mana. Like unless somebody is a maniac and go and shoots Zuko. But yeah. Thanks for the lurk, Alan. Okay. Then let's think about this. Let's chop this baby up. If you look at because the important thing here is, you know, number of 4-drops to me, because that is the thing you need to have. You're guaranteed your turn 2. You got to have your turn 3, and then as long as you have any single 6-drop, you're set. Deck plays drastically differently if I'm going first versus last. Yeah. That makes sense. Okay. Let me see what I got for you. Also, do you have any budget specifications or things like that? Because, like, yeah, no, you could jam a ancient copper dragon in here or something at your 6 slot, but I don't think that card is worth the money that people will pay for it. I think it's good, but I don't think it's worth what people will do with it, like what it does. Elect Man. Do the cards we've been getting for Silver Quill's repartee mechanic seem a bit underwhelming? No. I haven't even read the rest of your your comment yet. Let me see. 2 decent ones. Okay. I'll give you the quick and dirty. I think they had to be really careful with these mechanics because it is the easiest one to repeat. So the thing what you get out of a single trigger has to be kind of light. And then you are very right that the commander does not work with it. It's just that the commander decks just sometimes have a different angle than the inset mechanics, and the Silver Quill I think is probably the biggest like demonstration of that. It's just like the Silver Quill precon is, I'm gonna put auras on your stuff, I'm gonna dictate how combat goes, and that's not a good inset mechanic. So they just like didn't try to marry them. All right, my goals are twofold: improving consistency and having cooler idiots. I want to find ways to raise the deck's floor. Okay, missing the 6-drop on turn 4 is brutal. Yeah. There aren't actually 24 mana rocks. Yeah, oh, that's good because we don't want that many. Okay. Well, here's some thoughts. We have exactly 0 turn 1 plays. And your mana base actually supports a turn 1 play pretty easily. You don't have a lot of lands that are coming in tapped. You should be able to play something on turn 1. So the 1-drops should help to smooth this out. So we want a couple 1-mana things that we're happy to play on turn 1 that maybe compensate for like maybe they help to protect one of our things. Maybe they help to produce a mana in case Zuko dies for some reason, or they're like a one-shot like allows us to play our 6s or something. Because even if it's just like draw a card, that helps us to get to these pieces faster. So, what am I looking for here? What is this song? Not really feeling Florence and the Machine right now. Okay. I like, because I know the kind of thing I'm looking for. Stuff like Skirk Prospector and Blood Pet. I think that's on the right track. Those, I think, are a little weak for exactly what I'm looking for. But because those specifically allow you to hit your, like, their usage is a little too narrow. Because all they really compensate for is if Zuko dies. Hey, Mark. What do I want, though? Like, I know these things exist, but because it could also be like a spell. Voltaic Key. Yeah, but that doesn't really, that's not addressing the issue though, right? That's just a thing that's extra good if we are able to do the thing that we want to do. What is... Hello, Saretha. Top. I also, I think, on the right track, but the ideal is something we play on turn one, and it doesn't even have to be a permanent, but something you play on turn one that without any extra input is helping to smooth out what we're doing. So like top, you do have to spend extra mana, and if we are spending mana to spin the top, that throws off our curve out here. Yeah, I mean, Strike It Rich is same as like Blood Pet, same as Skirk Prospector. I think those are on the right track, but not exactly what I'm looking for. Chromatic Star type cards. That's like that I think is our baseline. I want to say this is a Faithless Looting deck. Because we don't have to have a lot of cards in hand. Our advantage is what we're putting on the board early. Plus, I think I'd be surprised if we found 0 6-drops that could like reanimate stuff. Yeah, I think this is a deck that I'd run Faithless Looting in. Like, yeah, blah blah blah, puts you down in cards, something. And you could see a lot more cards with that. I'm gonna try and be better about this. Hello, Emma. Yeah. I'm really trying to think, because like I'm sure that these things exist and they're not quite coming to my mind right away. I know I just need this might turn up too much stuff. All right, that's not bad. Like 400 cards. All right, let's see if I am full of crap. Yeah, Alec, man. Yeah, also you can't really count the dragons as like good commanders for their respective like inset mechanics, because clearly that was a top down. They went, we want all the dragons to do a thing with instants and sorceries and give them all a specific keyword, and we're just like, let's do whatever the coolest one is that fits these colors. And they did not. It's not a, there's no specific synergy requirement there. Um, and then yeah, it's that's what I was saying. It's funny. Literally right before I started the stream, I was talking with my friend Charles about the mechanic and how good we think it is. Like all of the repartee stuff so far. Like just like this morning. What am I looking for? Like maybe I'm wrong, but I you probably don't need this. Pip-Boy, though, you all already probably know I'm super high on this card, because it means that you can play Pip-Boy on turn 1, Zuko on turn 2, turn 3, make a red mana, use it to equip Pip-Boy, uh, you know, and then swing and untap 2 lands. I think this does throw you off a little bit, though, because you'd have to... No, you're on turn 3. Yeah, no, that's a little awkward, but yeah. Mass Hysteria. That would be a good time. That I can have, oh, Master of Dark Rites would be hot here. Master of Dark Rites. Let's look at how many Vampire, Cleric, and Demons you've already picked out. Demon. 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 Vampire. Demon. Could you double the change control trigger? No. But I like where your head's at there. Because as soon as you exile him, he's a new object. And the second trigger would go, what? We don't see Zuko. We only see new Zuko. Yeah. I'm gonna come back to Master of Rites. Because I do think you need a higher number of Vampire, Cleric, and Demons, but I think you could easily do that with a bunch of big dummies. But like, it's also a sack outlet for Zuko. That seems really good to me. Oh, have you all ever played a Burning Inquiry before? Man, I think this card is super, super underrated. Everybody draw 3 and then discard 3 at random. The number of things you will mess up for your opponents, especially since your plan is not does not rely on specific cards. I won't put this into the deck. But I do think that this would be really good here. Because all you need is a land. Because your turn 2 play is in the command zone. And obviously, if you already have exactly what you need in your hand, you're not playing this. Actually, you know what? This is what I'm on. I had this in a CEDH deck like a while back. It's just like fascinating what players are not good at assessing new information. And so making everybody totally change their game plans in a way that they can't really control is super powerful. Storm count 9 gamble. Do you waste a counter on Burning Inquiry? Exactly, you don't. Like, nobody's doing that. Yeah, what else here does what we are looking for? Because, like, the Chromatic Sphere, Chromatic Star is a good idea. But I think it doesn't quite do enough for me to be happy about it. Oh man, I love a good Magmatic Insight. That's also what I'm looking for. Didn't we? I think we talked about this card last time on. Yeah, so pitch a land, draw 2 cards. Great. You have a real healthy land count. Don't forget that you cannot use an MDFC with this. Okay. We're probably good for this for now. I didn't expect there to be too many of these. Enchantment that gives that to every land. Oh, the cycling. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I think we're getting into a little bit of garbage now. All right, so we're good with that for the moment. Hey, Christmas. The other thing is our 4s. Okay. Tunnel Grinder. What are you here for? Wizard Rockets, same thing. It's totally fine. Those sorts of things we could use, but I was more looking for this sort of like, okay, I have most of what I'm looking for, but this allows me to dig a little farther. So now, are there any other like 6-drops like Trumpeting Carnosaur that have other utility if your plan falters? Where's Red Optat? Good God, what a, that would be that the existence of that card would change so many things. Hey, Sebster. Appreciate that sweet, sweet Prime money. Uh, big, dumb, fun stuff. Tunnel the cards I think are neat for Tunnel Grinder. I don't know. It is a very neat card, but I don't think it does a good job of that. Sebster, we're looking at this bracket 2 Zuko list that's trying to go 2, 4, 6 into big 6-drops. Okay. Here's my thought. I look at this deck and I struggle to see how it doesn't consistently do the thing because of the numbers of stuff that you put in it. To me, my biggest worry would be I've played my 6-drop and then it's dealt with right away. So I would want to be looking at stuff that is really hard for me to get no value out of. Like Kokusho, unless they exile it, you're getting a big bit of value out of it. Sometimes you miss the 4th untapped land. I mean, that's kind of this problem though, right? Like, I'm on board with what you're saying for this. I am not on board with this for a deck that needs to be playing untapped lands on every turn. Because for this to be consistent, it requires you to run these tap lands, which automatically throw off your whole plan. So like, you can tell me no, that, you know, Surveyor Scope is the pet card, but I think that this is one of the worst decks for this like package to be in. All right, I'm going to cut this stuff so that we can see how this deck looks when you're not worried about that at all. We are cutting every land that enters tapped. All right. I'll keep Arena. I think that's reasonable. All right. We'll come back to the land count, but yeah. Okay, there were definitely some good suggestions here. Let's talk about these 6-drops. So, there was a suggestion for Massacre Worm. I think that's excellent. I think Massacre Worm is great here. It does mean our mana base is going to have to be real consistent. Like we're going to have to find every single one that can produce both colors. But being able to play this early means you're wiping out a lot of advantage from other players, all the mana dorks, all the utility creatures. And so even if they deal with this, it still leaves you ahead at a point where they are going to have to rebuild, but at a slower pace than you because you've put a mana rock on the board. If you, I don't know if this card is still big dollars. Oh, nice. That came down significantly after it's not standard or what constructed all-star anymore. I gotta pick up some copies of this now. That's only $10 card. Yeah, I think the suggestions for Troll of Khazad-dûm and Oliphant are fine, but I think you never want that to be your 6-drop. And so you're only really ever cycling them. The other thing that's nice here is Vein Ripper also playable off of our Master of Dark rights. Marlboro. I think it's fine, but like it's the same thing. Is you really don't want that to be your 6-drop. I think Vein Ripper is a very good card. Because it's just like you are so guaranteed to get value out of this. If they want to touch it, they sack a creature. If they board wipe, whoo boy, you're getting a whole lot out of it. The only way that you're really in trouble is like a farewell or something. Ooh. This Chandra to me is a really great turn 4 play. Can't be countered. Great. Less way to interact with it. On turn 4, you have Zuko to be in the way to block for Chandra. You can board wipe if you need to, or you just start racking up stuff. Oh. No, that doesn't work. For a second I was like, is there some good like hold on. Did I Am I spelling this wrong? Yeah, I thought I had it right the first time. Oh, I see. My brain was not. I was like, I'm pretty sure I had the right vowel. Yeah, I just didn't spell the rest of it right. Okay. Because you can't ninjutsu on turn 3 because the mana that Zuko makes does not last. But you can ninjutsu as your 6 drop. And I was just like curious if there was something real hot for that. I don't know that there's not. You know what would be really funny? Yuffie. So I hold on, let me make sure this actually curves out the way that I want. Because if you go turn 2 Zuko, turn 3, instead of adding mana, you just do any like you draw a card or something. You swing.
Hi, chat. You have food, and I'm leaving a ham in your care. He's been walked in the afternoon. He'll need a nighttime walk, and I'll pick him up tonight.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye. What was I saying? Yes, Yuffie. Swing on turn 3. Somebody will be open. Ninja and Yuffie. You don't have to worry about Zuko going back to your opponent's control, or you can replay him, but you also steal any mana rock. Somebody's got a mana rock at that point. That means you have to hit something that makes 2, so you have to be stealing a soul ring. It doesn't quite line up. Maybe worth testing, but it's not exactly what I want. Okay, so I think that was. I think that is not what I want. What else is like? Hey, Madish. Oh God. I don't think this is good. I just want to point out that if this is the kind of thing that makes you happy, it does exist. On 6 mana, you can play Soren Markov and make somebody's life total 10. I think you get wrecked for this move, but it's very funny to me. Okay, right. Other things that are giving you that value right now. This is not it for me. Oh, are you on Burning Rune Demon here? There we go. Burning Rune Demon. Enters, search for 2 cards, and an opponent chooses one to go in your hand and the other goes into your graveyard. So you're getting that value right away, and it guarantees that you have a second 6-drop to follow it up. Also, Demon, playable off Master of Dark Rites. What happened to this playlist? I don't like any of these songs. Okay. Oblivion Sower. Oblivion Sower. I don't remember what this is. I don't know why. Oh, yeah, but this is not what you want. Because the game plan for this deck, like, what you have to think about, what is your advantage? What is the thing that your deck that is doing better than that your deck should be doing better than the other decks? And this is putting a threat onto the board early. We're putting a creature out that is going to be an issue for other players, and Oblivion Sower is not that thing. Because also, those lands don't matter to us. Once we get to 6, if we don't see another land ever again, fine. We would just like to see more 6-drop creatures. Yeah, HD Asmodeus, same problem, you know? Fiendish Duel, also same problem. Like, it's similar, but Roku I like a little bit more. Saretha, there's no such thing as not good enough. You all should know by now, I'm a lover of decks at all power levels, of all building styles. Because this is Commander. Sometimes your intent is, I would like to make the most powerful deck I possibly can. Sometimes your goal is, I would like to make a deck full of cards that I like. Sometimes your goal is, I would like to make something real weird that people have never seen before. Steel Hellkite. I don't think that's too strong. I think that's great. You are definitely going to have somebody, like, people are going to be a little bit more ready to blow that up. Oh, you know what would be sick as hell? Triple Triad in this deck? Since our curve is all big stuff. That is a good time. And of course, it's an enchantment much more difficult to remove and is going to continue to give you value every single turn, even like in a way that this I would absolutely run this here. I know a lot of people were ragging on this card when it first got spoiled. I think this is the perfect deck for it. No, Doomsday Excruciator. I mean, we're going to be looking at the mana base in a moment anyway. Triple Triad hater. Look, you're in bracket 2, and you were trying to rush out a thing on turn 6, or for 6 mana on turn 4. That to me is ideal. You can take my advice or not. I would 100% put this card in this deck, and I think the card is good in this deck. Maybe when I run this through the playtester, I'm just going to say whatever 6-drop I draw is instead Triple Triad, and I just want to see what it looks like. Also, I think Nexus of Becoming is really cool. Also 6 mana. And then it is drawing you a card on your combat. And maybe you end up making baby versions of these things. Hey, Elect Man. Ooh. We get to look at an Elect Man deck today, too. That rocks. Thank you. Let's see. I don't know if you all can hear, but Hammy is very upset that people are existing outside. Here's another thing. So this is, I think if your 6-drops end up being like this, where they're a little harder to interact with and can continue to gain value outside of just being a big thing that hit people hard. Hold on, wait a minute. Dogboy, it just processed in my head that you suggested Sire of Insanity for this. Terrible, terrible person. Okay, I'm gonna trim out some cards. I'm gonna fill in this mana base, and I want to take a look at how this goes. All right. I guess we don't need this Thespian stage since we cut Lotus Field. Let me see. Yeah, what Rakdos lands are we missing in here? Dragon Skull Summit. Let's see. What's the fast land? I would be running that in this. Blackcleave Clips. Like, yeah, I know it'll be tapped sometimes, but that's at a point where the deck should already have done the thing. Soul Talisman too slow? I think it's just your odds for that doing something that you're happy with are pretty low. Abstergo? I don't remember exactly what this does, but I don't think so, right? Yeah, because it does not allow us to cast Zuko on turn 2, which is the big one. I probably, you know what? I'm not gonna suggest Urborg. That's an $85 land. We're not that desperate. I think I would run Shadow Bloodridge here. I know people don't like these lands. I am one of them, but this is a case where it does what you want. You could also probably run some like off-color fetches if you really wanted to. Because this deck just you have to be able to cast Zuko on turn 2. And you want to be able to keep the hands that like are good otherwise. It's just that's the one thing that it missed on. What else? These could just be basics, but we'll do like a Takenuma. It's a good way to find a big creature that you need later. All right, I'm going to trim some stuff out of here, too. I don't think we need to disciple a bolus. Ozai. Do you... So, attacks, you can sack another creature you sack Zuko. Okay, yeah, that checks out. I think this is probably just here for the card draw. I'm definitely off of Tunnel Grinder here. Dagger. So what's this look like on turn 2? Oh! No Gary, only Zool. I don't get that reference, but it does look like I get to tech one of your decks. Oh, not even. Thank you. What? Are you doing a deck tech, or are you just... Either way, thank you so much. That's very, very generous. Yeah, please let me know if that is for a deck tech or not. You certainly can get one. Right, we were looking at Dowsing Dagger. So you play this on turn 3, and you equip it. And then you hit somebody with Zuko, which you should be able to do. Yeah. I don't know. There's no way that this misses, right? We're cutting Shamil because this does not discover you into anything that you care about. Are there any of these 6 drops that just don't work right? Hello, Light. We are doing a deck tech for Cyborg's Zuko deck. Yeah, what falls in the category of... The Atali might be a trap. Like, that's just so killable. Like, you really want it to work, but nobody lets that live. Yeah, I don't think his Rottenmouth Viper does enough. It's not worth an honest 6 mana. I'll leave the Atali because he's cool, but like, I would definitely put that pretty high on my list of... Cheat it out? Yes, but I don't think our deck is built great to be able to cheat that thing out. I really struggle to believe that this cannot do things consistently. I think that some of these are just not it for me. Yeah, I think you gotta. I think it's gotta go. We're at 102. What are the other worst versions of this? This. All right, I don't feel like cutting another card. Let's play test this. I'm going to remember to move my head this time. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Oh, Elec Man, I'm sorry. I missed your comment from before. Yes, you can put those in the Share Your Deck channel if you have not already, or you can always put it in the chat here itself. But I'm going to check to see if you've already done so. Okay. This looks pretty good. We go draw. We have the lands we need, so we'll pretend like this deck thinning matters at all. We'll grab, sure, mountain, close, turn 2, play our Badlands, play our Zuko, turn 3. Here's a Blazemire Verge. We add a red, and we play, let's see, so we have 2 options for 6-drop. So we want Saravox Tome. Initiative will give us a basic. And we probably just leave Zuko up, because I think we would just want the... I think we would just want to protect the initiative. And so here, I think we just scry 2. Command Tower. Scourge of the Throne. Yeah, we'll put this on the bottom. Draw the Scourge of the Throne. Play a land. Ta-da. Or, you know, whatever else that we want. And now we have 3 options of things to play. Okay. 2 mana and a rock. Draw. Land. Draw. Land. Zuko. Draw. Add mana. Golden Throne. And then draw. Land. Our choice of 6-drop. All right. Yep. It looks like the same thing. We go turn 1 land, draw. Turn 2 land, play a Zuko, draw. We have, you know, land again, add mana for Tome or Relic of Legends. Draw. Okay, so now I'm gonna play this triple triad. And then we're going to pretend like this works. At our upkeep, we exile this Thran Dynamo. So we get a free Thran Dynamo. And anything we hit off our opponent's decks that cost 4 or less. Draw a card. Let's say we play no spells. Triple Triad. Liliana. We get a free Liliana and anything that we hit off our opponent's decks with that costs less than 6. I'm sorry, the Triple Triad is hot in this deck. All right, I'm gonna mulligan until I hit a hand that is not ideal. And see if we can fix it. So like this one, we don't have a rock. I think this is one of the worst options to take, but let's just see what happens. So we draw, play a land, draw, play a land, play Zuko. We hit the Dowsing Dagger, so everything is fixed. Play, equip, swing, flip. And look at our hand. All right, this is a 1-lander. I don't think there's any world where you keep that. I think I would keep this 1-lander. You go draw. Here's a mana confluence. We let the Burning Inquiry rip on turn 1. Draw, draw, draw. Oops. Discard random. Discard random. Discard random. Incredible. Everything is fixed. There's a Prismatic Vista. We're gonna grab a swamp, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The deck is perfect. Draw a card. Play land. Or... Oh, no, wait. So wait, that was... that. Right, we're just doing that. There's Zuko. That should not be the... We drew an extra card. It doesn't matter. We've done the thing. We've done the thing. Like, and then we drop a Liliana. Oh, okay, great. Look, so look at this hand. We have only 2 lands, so we don't know that we're able to hit land 3 and 4, but we're a little. I almost proved my point and then I ruined it because we can't make red mana on turn 1 with this with this hand. If this could produce red, then we're able to just like, we can let a Faithless Looting rip on turn 1. And then, I don't know, we discard whatever, 1 and 2. Draw. Wow, it's still, but it puts us that much farther down in the deck, so that's some bad variance there, but what can you do? I guess if we had kept the Coalition Relic, that would have been... That's the smart move. That's the smart move. Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. Let me see what I would cut here. Yeah, Knuckles is haste. Yeah, yeah. I think this is just like a little too ambitious for me. Yeah, I think this is a very fun idea. Like this is an ideal bracket 2 deck. Like, we would totally play this on the show. This is a good time. The deck and the info in the Discord channel. Woo! All right. Cyborg, there is your link. I think I like did an almost an okay job of tagging the stuff that was added. I'm trying to get a little bit better about that. Yeah, I think this is a very good time, and hopefully some of those little adjustments. I think if I were to look at this deck, like if you were to go a little bit more in depth with it, I would tune the big boys a little bit more to synergize with the Master of Dark Rites. And I hope you end up running the triple triad and it does the thing. Yeah. Also, don't forget, Master of Dark Rites helps you to cast Demonic Covenant because this is a kindred demon enchantment, and this does not specify it has to be a creature spell. All right. Let's I'm gonna eat a taco, but I'm gonna put Electman's list on the screen while we do so. Zuko and his demons, yeah. Oh, Felisa. All right. Yeah. I'm just gonna try and vibe with this deck right now for the moment. We're not taking a too in-depth look until I finish this delicious taco, but yeah, I've not read through the text, like the notes that you've sent yet. I only saw the big bold. This is not for me. Yeah, Felice. Oh yeah, I was looking at this for the F pod because double F. When a non-token creature you control dies, if it had counters on it of any kind, create X tapped Inklings equal to counters. That that's got some big potential. Because, like, Felisa just got all those cool new cards from Lorwyn. Oh, God. Oh, I'm in the way again. Move my head. Cling clang. What's better for us? What's better for us is whatever is most convenient for you. Subs on Twitch are great. You know, Patreon is a real nice way to support, and I probably get you the most perks. Ko-fi is the most direct, and I think we end up with like that platform takes, I think, the least cut out of anybody. But like whatever is good for you, like whatever platform you feel like you are actually getting your like most use out of. Oh, dog boy. Did Gary confirm? I don't think we've heard from Gary at all, as far as I could see. They just were cool as hell, dropped some love, and continued to lurk or peaced out. But yeah, dog boy, let me check. Is that one of them hot deck techs? Sure looks like it. You know what to do. All right. I need to actually do what I was saying and finish this taco. Hey, there's Gary. Not smart enough to have a deck tech? No such thing. But either way, really appreciate your support. So, Retha, you're not necessarily too late, because I usually limit how many deck techs there are in a day, because I normally also have like a build that I have to do for the show. But as long as I get through these in the next like 4 hours, I should be able to open up another spot. Okay. Let's see what you got for me, Elect Man. Also, let me get Dog Boy's list here. Okay. So Felisa. And Elect Man has given me some extensive notes. All right. All right. So this is bracket 2. Context. This is not for me. This is for a friend that I might remember as the friend that helped build Marchesa. Yes. Yeah. He net decked someone else's list, had a really good game with it, and he actually wants to build the list in paper. Like Marchesa, I offered to help him build a list around this commander and tweak the net deck list. That list is so fundamentally different from this list, which I built, that I won't even begin to compare them. Okay. The goal is load up a creature with lots of counters, sacrifice it, make a bunch of tokens. Cool. Not a traditional Aristocrats deck. So we've, left out pieces that might be obvious for this kind of strategy. Because the deck doesn't want to sacrifice 5 or more creatures in a single turn. It wants to sacrifice one big thing that's got a bunch of counters on it and make a bunch of little creatures. All right, the issues. The deck is slow and bad. Yeah, that is an issue. I genuinely believe the strategy doesn't need ramp. It just needs to hit, land drop, curve out into key piece, and explode with Inklings. Problem is, in part, the hoops I feel I need to jump through. I don't feel like I can find the right combination of pieces. You have to wait an extra turn because you're a mana short of being able to do all the things that you want, sack creature or your activated ability. Recently added a few more sack outlets to hopefully see them more often. Okay. It still doesn't feel like it's coming together. I knew I needed outside help. You want this to be good, as in good and consistent, so your friend decides to commit. Yeah, because if your friend is going to spend money on it, you want the deck to produce a good time each time. Understood. Okay. Restrictions. Ooh, interesting. My friend does not want to spend money on Universes Beyond cards unless it's Baldur's Gate or a universe within printing of it. Got it. Also fine with in-universe printing of cards that were originally Universes Beyond. Okay, like Mystical Archives Reprieve. I always forget that Reprieve was like a Universes Beyond card. It was first printed in Lord of the Rings. Only printed in Lord of the Rings? Maybe this is the first reprint. Anyway, don't know if they have a specific budget, but we're trying to keep it budget friendly. Got it. Also has an emotional attachment to Blade of the Blood Chief after popping off with it attached to Felisa. Okay, we can definitely work with that. Okay, cool. Oh, the original one was modular Felisa, but he just liked this concept of stack a bunch of counters up, sack the creature, make an Inkling army. All right. I can work with that. Oh my god. Robin Princess, I just saw your... Damn. It's a good joke. All right, let's take a look at what you got here. Because you're right, there are a lot of bits to balance. Because you got to be able to get creatures out get counters onto them, get Felisa out, get them sacrificed. And at that point, then you're okay. You don't need a ton of support after that because you made a bunch of flyers. Okay, we have Kaya, Geist Hunter because of the -2 ability. We can double the Inklings that Felisa makes. Creatures, got a decent number of those. Ha, very cute. Dies, put counters on target creature you control. Yeah. Okay. Guide of Souls, capitalizing on a bunch of creatures entering. Mikaeus, love him. Yeah, Moon Shadow and that kind of stuff is this is like the ideal. Is that we're able to play a cheap creature with counters that are bad, and then just convert that. Skrell, very cute. Sack outlets, sack outlets, sack outlets. Lion Sash, that's cool. Easily able to put more counters onto itself. More counters on itself. Yeah, off-nab goat. There we go. Can still play Ozolith and Resourceful Defense. Well, I assume for staying budget-friendly, not Ozolith. But Resourceful Defense, that we can work with. And you get to tell them, the rules cheat code that some of these cards will let you do. Oh, love me a Reluctant Role Model. Good. What are you? Sack a creature, put counters. Let's see. Oh, God, this is also super cute. Because you sacrifice it, Felisa sees that there were counters on it, and makes that many, but then it just comes back. That is very cute. Okay. Yep. Broodmoth is nice. Yeah, this is a Fish Call, pretty good in this deck. Okay. I like what I'm seeing so far. Yeah, Lethal Throwdown was very efficient here since most of your stuff is like already modified or very easily modified. That was technically a Mauled Hound suggestion since he also did a deck review of a Felisa list. Which one was the Mauled Hound suggestion? You're telling me he told you he told you to add a card that I am then not immediately telling you to remove. we have very different building philosophies, and it is particularly funny, like when somebody submits a deck list here and they don't tell me that he's already deck teched it, and I'm like, oh, what are these doing here? I wouldn't run these. And they're like, those are all the ones that he suggested. The Flesh Carver? Okay. Okay. Ooh, love Duty Beyond Death. Already was high on this card. And it's really nice here. Yeah. All right, so we have a lot of... We have some of these sacrifice spells. Nice, nice. A really extensive interaction package here. The flares are so cute. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, we're going with the unspeakable symbol here. I guess especially if you have Guide of Souls on the board. This is not that bad. Didn't really see anyone playing the flares. Yeah, like this seems like a great deck for those. Ooh, Sothera, that's mean. Let's see. You're gonna make your friend track Cathar's Crusade? Yeah, I like Unspeakable Symbol. Brings me back. Okay. Cool. And the mana base looks pretty solid. Okay. I can definitely work with this. So I can understand some of the troubles here. Would the ooze be good in this? It would if it wasn't Universes Beyond. So first of all, I'm gonna make some trims here. I don't think you need payoff amplifiers that much. Unless they also do something ahead of time or their cost is really good. But like Cathar's Crusade, one, not a lot of fun to have to track, and two, like if you are playing this to get the counters on your stuff, it's not the most efficient. This deck is not putting out a ton of creatures unless it's via Felisa. And at that point, you don't need your stuff to get those counters. Some of these that are adding counters over time, also not quite worth it. I think this is not a great rate for something like Citadel Siege. I think Luminar Aspirant is also not a good rate for what you want these counters for. And then also Noble Heritage. Since this is only turned on when your commander is out, I like it a lot less because you can't play... Like, you can play it early, but it will do nothing until Felisa is played. I'd rather have something that's putting out counters ahead of time or comes in with counters. Let me see. What else did I have on that list? Yes. Yeah, I don't think we have to be this desperate. I don't think we have to be Legion Vanguard desperate. I'm confident that we can find our other stuff. I actually do think that you cut Guide of Souls here. Like, the card is just generically good, and that might just be good enough. Maybe I'll leave it for now, but it immediately... this deck is, without Felisa, not putting a ton of creatures on the board, but I guess like it's good at all stages. Okay. Yeah, I think no on the Ozolith for budget reasons. Okay. How much did you consider spacecrafts for that? That's a cute angle. Oh, here, I'll take a look at considering. Let's see what you got here. Yeah, I think you're right on with these. Particularly this one. Because you want them to be cheap to put on the board, and you want to be able to turn them into creatures quickly. The problem with this one is that it's not a creature until 12 counters are on it. I think Wormwall's Sweeper is pretty sick. I really like Iron Apprentice here. In fact, I like all of these creatures. The creatures that put their counters on something else. Because it means you can commit to your board early. Instead of, like, yeah. Cool. Let's start off with my boy. Patrolling Peacemaker. This card is super messed up. It's budget friendly. This card's only like $2. And even at its worst, it already comes in with 2 counters on it. It is every time your opponents do stuff, adding counters to all of your things. You can also proliferate Kaya. Yeah, Dogboy, you like touching people's stuff? Oh, Laura Dreaming. I did in fact get the Tabel. I didn't even get this. This was delivered to me without my knowledge. What's my Taco Bell order? Well, always get the new thing. Whatever the new thing is, get the new thing. Because Taco Bell can do no wrong. They only have 5 ingredients, and it is just whatever combination of them they've decided is that month's combination. And then I think the best thing on the menu is the Mexican pizza. But don't tell people that, otherwise word will get out. It's a delicious abomination. Okay, I feel like there's better. I feel like there's more creatures that have bad counters that I should be able to think of for this. And yeah, oh, I gotta look. Is this is this getting green screened out? It's kind of. Not quite. Of course. There's no other Taco Bell beverage. No other TBB. What am I not thinking of? I don't know. Well, while I'm not thinking of that, oh, Sky. Here's a little all-star for your deck. This little cat guy that's riding a heron, I guess. Whenever another creature you control enters, put a counter on it. And then it also just does start killing people because it gets a counter. When it has 3 more counters on it, it is flying. So this is both good ahead of time. You're happy to play this on curve on turn 2. And then it just continues to rack up counters. Or later, when you have something else that's got a bunch of counters on it, you sacrifice it. Felisa makes a bunch of Inklings, and then it gets a counter for every single one of those. Oof. Are time counters on the creature? They sure are. Rely too much on the Felisa engine? I don't think so. Because, like, think about it. You had Luminarch Aspirant in the deck, right? That is putting 1 counter on per turn. This deck is likely playing a creature each turn. So you already are at the same floor as that, with the additional upside of playing more than 1 creature is giving you multiple counters, and the fact that that Felisa blows the thing up with her own ability. Also, yeah, if you want your friend to get to super pop off for less than $1 bill, then whoo boy, Metastatic Evangel is a hell of a drug. Hold on. let's go. If we do a search for -1/-1 counters, that might be too wide of a range. I'm looking for the ones. I'm looking for the creatures that are coming in with those counters that are actually using them as bad counters. This is maybe not the best. This is not an efficient search. Plug these into considering. You already did it. Oh, well, I trust. You know what? Here's actually what I should do. This should cut it down a bunch. Mana value less than, let's say, 4. All right, 53 cards. I can process this fast enough. Was the new one from Lorwyn, Sinister Gnarlbark? Yeah, but that one only comes in with like 1 or 2, right? I'm looking for like this. Creekwood Safe Right. It has no other synergy though. And I think it has to have like 1 extra point of synergy or I'm not running it. Yeah, I think these are just not at the rate that I'm looking for. Oh, Encumbered Regiray. That's the one I'm looking for. So this doesn't need extra synergy because you can just start swinging with it. I still don't know if that's worth it. I don't think so. What is this song? You don't know Shania Twain? What am I looking for now? Let's look for the stuff with time counters. Cumulative upkeep would also count, but I think that's not good. Well, actually, if there's a non-mana cumulative upkeep thing, then that's what we're looking for. I think I can probably just find cumulative. Oh, we need it to be a creature. Wall of Shards is kind of funny. Wall of Shards is kind of funny. Oil counters? I think they're all bad. Because I think the rate for amount of oil counters that you get is not good. And most of the cards were themselves not great. Steel Overseer if we were on artifacts. Acacia Money Changer. Yeah. Tayem All-Star. I don't remember if though honestly, we should probably look at the Tayem decks for enters deals 3 damage to you. Put a credit counter on it. Actually, yeah. Totally run this. One, because the card is like, what is happening here? You have super non like current day Magic style art, which is very cool. You have this god awful creature. Yeah, it enters with 3 counters. Exactly. So like you like this on turn 1, this is, you absolutely have them play this. 100%. Infernal Vessel. If it wasn't a demon, return to the battlefield under its control with 2 counters on it. You could. I don't think it's great, but you could. I'm trying to think, is Abigail good here? Do we have good targets for Abigail? Not really. We are pretty happy with all of the abilities on our creatures. I don't think anything gets a significant buff by what Abigail does. Do we have like good bodies for blighting? Because like if we blight, it's a good way to get counters on stuff, but it does kind of because counters cancel out. I think you have to commit one way or the other. Yeah. I don't think it's worth it. I think you have to commit one way or the other. Yeah. I mean, there's like what, the 1-drop, right? The 1-drop's very good. Is a $13 generous pup budget friendly? Oh wait, does Shield Sphere actually work here? Almost. I don't think it does what we want, but yeah, because this would definitely be one of those cards where it's like, hey, you don't need this, but man, you will certainly get your $13 worth out of it. Not enough for $12? No. You gotta. You don't understand. Card is real good. Oh, the shield sphere. Oh, shield sphere is $12. Okay. Oh, we're not on forever together forever here. Would definitely go here. Obsessive Pursuit. God, that card is so cool. But I don't think we're doing enough sacrificing here. Okay. So yeah, I think I'd like to move these to the main deck. This enters with a counter and does the thing. And this one just does training. I think I definitely want the 1-drops. I'll come back and reassess the others. I think the Wormhole Sweeper is also really good here. I don't think we have to run any of the other ones though. Hey, Zombie Token. Process for getting a deck tech. You just go to our Ko-fi, and there should be an item in the shop called Deck Tech. I think they're sold out for today, but I was thinking about opening up more slots anyway. If you've got an idea, because I know Saretha also was looking to do one today. So I think, because we have, I think 2 more after this. 1 more after this. Let me check. I think 1 more after this. But yeah, if you stick around, there probably will be some more added. Okay. Considered it, wasn't sure how to fit it in. Oh, Boss's Chauffeur, I assume is what you're... Yeah. I think that card would be really good here, and it's something I'm also considering, but... I think I'm still, like, looking for the Dream. Together Forever. Oh. Yeah, I think for me, the adjustments that we'll make to this make this really useful, because if we have an abundance of these smaller creatures that we're like, great, I'm happy to go turn 1, like Iron Apprentice, turn 2, Together Forever, put a counter on it, and then now I just have this thing that I can keep sacking to increase number of counters on things for so little cost. Oh, right. That was the other thing that you're like, yeah, my friend really likes Blade of the Blood Chief. Please don't cut that. Because they popped off with it the one time. Well, give them another one. Give them another one. Oh, we can cut this. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. The Bond Warden, excellent here. It Dusk Urchins is okay. It's like 3 counters on it. What is the? I don't know. There's something else that I'm like. Okay. Let me. We're gonna also do a little extra trimmy here. I think I understand the idea for these for all these sack outlets, but I think if they don't synergize otherwise with the deck, like Seer, nah. Carrion Feeder Bartolome, absolutely. I think we can replace Fanatical Offering with what is it? Corrupt Conviction, Corrupted Conviction. Yeah, I think this is just cleaner. Because I think you just kind of build in your sacrifices here. I don't think we need a Generous Gift or a Stroke of Midnight. We want you speak. Oh, picked it for the map token. Yeah, I think at the point where you're like desperate for these sacrifices, you just want it to be mana efficient because you don't need that extra counter at the point where you're sacrificing, right? What is the convoke remove lethal scheme? Cool. I just like I definitely want all of our interaction as much as possible, at least, to also synergize with what we're doing. 2 convoke removals. Yeah. One of the connive one. What's happening in this playlist? Hey, Shep. Yeah, that was a very fun game. That was a good time. Let's see. Miss a chance to copy Coruscation Mage? No! Wow, can't believe you came all this way to tell me I misplayed. um, what's the other land? I think it's Lazatep Quarry. I think that's the one I'm looking for. Just for another sack outlet in the mana base that's free. You probably want a zombie token. Thank you so much. That is absolutely not how how it works. But I really appreciate the coffee. So if you go into the shop, you should see an item that is named deck tech for today's date. It is currently sold out, but I will reset it after I finish the ones that we have already for today, which I'm sure will be done in time for a couple more. Hour of Reckoning or Pylon? No, I was just looking for this one because it not only is it Convoke and removal, it also puts counters on. Oh, Bolus. I think this is also a remove. We want our sacrifices to be efficient. Wow, Drift Node's only $10. That's pretty good. What else can we do here? I'm not particularly high on Advocist. Yeah, I do like Yahenni here. And I think this doesn't do as much as we want it to do. I want more small creatures. I do think now I'm happy with this dock worker drone. I thought about Abigail, but I don't think it does much of the other things that we want. Which one? Abigail? Oh, there's two now? Was there, I mean, is there a new one in the set? Because that one I was not thinking of. This is definitely a damning verdict deck. Although I think this card is getting worse and worse because they just keep putting counters on everything. Can you post links? I mean, here I'll look it up. I'll look it up. This one. Seems fine but inefficient for what we're doing. All right. I think the Skrelv here is fine, but I think you can replace that with my guy, the Duke. It could also be. Oh no, wait. This Universe Beyond. There's only Universe Beyond. I was gonna say also Zach Fair, also Universes Beyond. I don't know. You don't want that to just be like Mother of Runes or something? This is a card that I like. Shield counter creatures. There's some, but the rate for getting a shield counter is not what we're looking for if we're trying to put a bunch of counters on things. Thought Skrelv is cheaper. You mean like price-wise? Oh god, why is it that much? How much is Giver of Runes? Oh, all right. I guess I didn't realize that these cost so much. All right. I don't know. To me, what does Skrelv do for this? Because we don't have things that we need to protect. We're pretty okay with our stuff dying. Hello, Yak Jack. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that card. I don't think we have to worry about people attacking us that much. I think this Valkyrie's Call is also not quite what I'm looking for here. because you get just as much, if not more, value out of Smile at Death, and Smile at Death also helps you to rebuild later. And then Broodmoth, I don't know. Feels like Karn's Bastion is pretty good here. We're already... Oh, here's one that I love. Is it, do you have a Spy Master's Vault in here? You sure do. Great card. Great card. All right, I'm gonna take a little look. See, let's test this out. One lander, no thank you. Sure. Draw Vault of Champions, Soul Cleaver, draw. Land, Sash, draw, land. Ugh. So sad. No second black for the 9 lives familiar. But I guess Feign is fine. Or we could have equipped the Lion Sash here and had 1 man open to exile something. That's probably the better move here. Draw. Here's another land. Probably just run out Felisa here. This already is a really good setup because you can just start swinging with the Lion Sash. Like, if you don't even need other cards here. Ooh, that's also awkward. That's a hot hand. Moon Shadow on 1. Together for well, okay. No, we probably just go Bartolome first. Draw. Let's play a swamp. Now we can go Together Forever, support. You might not even support the Moon Shadow, to be honest. I think you just put the counter here. And you have 1 mana up in case they kill one of these. Draw, Command Tower, Felisa. You can sack Moon Shadow for 6 things. Draw. All right, so the one thing for sure is the mana base is a little awkward. Can we upgrade this without pushing the budget too much? That is for sure tricky. We're at 38 lands. It's healthy. It's healthy. Yeah, what do we trim here that's like... It doesn't feel like you... Wow, you put Shadowy Backstreet in here? Vault of Champions? Phyrexian Tower? What are we not on that we should be on? No bounce lands? I don't know that we want them in this. We only have 3 MDFCs. We're focusing on curving out. Do we have silent clearing? There we go. There's one. And then we're pretty even here. Yeah. I did it to the last deck too. You all should just be running Exotic Orchard in your 2 color decks. I forget the math on it, but even in play, like real world experience, this will almost always be both colors that you want, and the number of times where it's none of the colors that you want is next to nothing. I think I'm okay to not run the Karn Bastion that I had added from before. Hidden hideout, yeah. Lots of stuff. It's an interesting challenge. What else would I cut here? What are we doing with this? Do we have good targets for this? I don't think so. I don't know. It's just, it doesn't feel like exactly what we're doing. Anything that we've done to push the cost down to around 300? I mean, also keep in mind that these are all the Card Kingdom prices, which I don't think is representative of the average price. Yeah, I mean the big thing if you want to cut on the cost is the mana base. Like the majority of your dollar amount is here, and these are all replaceable. Like here's 24. Like yeah, 30, 32, 50, 85. Yeah, we're like almost 100 already in just the mana base. That like the deck will run smoother with them, but they're certainly not necessary. But yeah. Um why is this so blurry? I think I would you can trim the arch enemy's charm. Like it's very good, but man, we were struggling on 2 pips. I think 3 pips is very difficult. Yeah. I mean, I'm not trimming the charm for the cost. Or not for the money cost. Oh man. We have so many low cost things in this. You're gonna tell me we don't have a turn 2 play? You're gonna tell me we don't have a turn 2 play? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, we probably play Spy Master's Vault there since we don't actually have a swamp. We have it come in as a tap land. Ba-bing. Right. Oh, and then the Isolated Chapel was probably Concealed Courtyard. Yeah, I think it was just an awkward hand that we probably don't want to keep. Yeah, this looks way better. Draw. Iron Apprentice. Draw. Just drop like a Tarian's. Star People, where are you last turn? 3, I don't think we need this Resourceful Defense currently. I think we just play a Star Pupil and we put Soul Cleaver here. Draw. Lots of options here. I think you play Felisa here. Then on the next turn, you can go draw. Here's a land. You activate the quarry, sacrifice, I don't know, one of these to put a counter on Felisa, and then let a Damning Verdict rip. Oh, there's the Money Changer. Yeah, I think turn 1 we just go Shadowy Backstreet. We look at this Carrion Feeder and go, huh. It's not bad, but not what we want. The land was also not what we wanted, but sure. Play a money changer. And I guess just chill. This goes up to 4. It's funny, we can start removing the credit counters using Feign to make treasures. I guess up to 5. Yeah, I mean, like, the gold fishing is always tough to judge, right? Yeah, this is probably like remove counter from money changer, make a treasure, play Felisa, corrupted conviction, the money changer, which now would be at 5 counters, counting the one that we removed. So you make 5 5 inklings and draw 2 cards. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. This is not the best, but I don't hate this opening. Gross. Bog tapped. No, not bog tapped. Chapel tapped. Then we could do like this and a Bartolome, draw. This is just maybe too healthy of a land count. Yeah, get it out of here. Tap lands are tough if your idea is that curving out is the best for you. I think then oh. I feel like you gotta run Selfless Squire in this, right? Because for the games where you're a little too slow at the gate, this catches you back up immediately. You're like, oh no, I don't have blockers. I'm wide open. I guess you could just attack me. Cool. Selfless Squire. This gets a billion counters. Next turn, untap, sacrifice, win game. Not Legion Loyalist. Legion Duelist. Never felt like the list could hold the mana for it. Because the other thing is, you do have a lot of stuff, like, you don't have to be tapping out every turn, especially, like, later in the game. Yeah. I think you can drop the Sejiri Shelter. Like, we've already kind of decided we don't need protection, like, for individual creatures. We're okay with stuff getting blown up. And, like, as a land, especially tapped land, like, it's going to be rare where we're like, oh, good. I'm glad that this was also a tapped land. I don't know. I'm going to be real. The unspeakable symbol, I think, is cope. You see Felisa. Yeah, but you have to, I guess you look at it in the context of, like, is this really going to be the scariest thing on the board at 4 mana? Because sure, she's super shootable, but I think she's not a threat compared to the average thing that people are playing at that point. And that is generally how I will judge that kind of thing, because players only have so much removal, and, like, they're gonna be super distracted on, like, whatever the thing that looks the scariest is. This does not look scary. They will probably let this live at least a little bit. This is certainly not kill on sight. 4 mana doesn't die to removal. Nope. Or bad cards don't die to removal. Like, bad looking cards, I think people will certainly go like, oh, that's fine. And then you hit them with it. I do like the idea, because we have Vishkala at the top end that's really strong. I also like I think Necropolis Regent is really good here. Like, this can kind of get the job done on its own. It also turns all of your stuff into big threats. It also allows you to do kind of a scary thing all in one turn. Like, if you have a flyer, you can go, great, play Necropolis Regent, hit you, put a bunch of counters on it, and then sacrifice it all in one turn. So it gives you, we care less about the 3 black pips because it's 6 mana. Correct. So we don't need to play this on curve. All right. This looks pretty good to me. I think the only other things I would consider for this are the walkers. Hangerback walker, market back walker. I think these would play really well. You can just run them out for 2 mana and then use all of your other stuff to continue to put counters onto them. And you get a nice payoff. They were in the modular centric, yeah, because they, especially Hangerback Walker, also serves as mini Felisa. You've just pumped counters onto it, and then you can just sacrifice it and make a bunch of Thopters. And then if Felisa's out, that is double. Marketback Walker also allowing you to like just kind of get a big burst of card draw when you need it. And I think with the adjustment to add back the creatures that can move their counters and some more ways to like continue pushing counters onto all of our creatures. Hey, paying into double X. Just pay. Just think of this as a 2 mana 1/1 that sometimes you're happy to see late in the game. Yeah, that's like I do a similar thing in my Danny Pink deck, and I consider these like if I'm looking at my curve, these are 2-drops, and then sometimes they get played for other amounts, but like they just receive counters very well. Yeah, I like the look of this now. I think this is gonna be a real good time. I think this is gonna be a real good time. I don't know what these last 2 cuts are. I don't know. I don't know what you cut from for those. I think maybe this copy of it is not worth it. I really like that ability at 1. I don't know if I care about it for twice that much mana. And then I think I'm pretty cold on Kabira Takedown for this list. It's good after you've done the thing, but the thing that you do is make a bunch of flyers that don't care about a lot of creatures. You've got a good suite of interaction already. Well, bam. What'd you miss? We just cut Kabira Takedown as our last one for this. But I think this is really solid. It commits to the plan really well, and I think you'll have a lot of those big moments. But yeah, there's your deck list. All right, dog boy. I'm gonna eat another taco, and then we're gonna take a look at this list. Ashling. So bad at remembering to eat on stream. It's so distracting. There's fun stuff to do. Yeah, you'll have to let me know how the games go with that list, because I think it's gonna be a great time. Oh yeah, you know it. It's very interesting. I've seen some whispers of this Ashling being like CEDH viable. And like I can see it. Right now, a lot of CEDH decks are not good at dealing with creatures. Like creature spells or creatures on board. And you get to play 5-color good stuff. And 2 in a red is very easy to play like turn 1 or turn 2. But yeah, Dogboy, do you have any particular like notes for this deck tech? Things that you're looking for? Vibes, feelings? It's in the Discord, as I should know. Come on, what? You haven't played MTG in a while? You could fix that pretty easily. Hey, Wheat Crab, thank you. Cecil. Biggest issue currently, card draw or card advantage? Okay. That feels like something we can definitely adjust. Well, come on. That's the thing, is you can kind of play Magic how you want to play it. Granted, you have to have at least one friend who also will play it the way that you want to play it, but yeah, the new friend secret lair. Where we'll just send you someone to play Magic with. But there'll be a Marvel, an MCU character. Also, the process to get it will be miserable. And scalpers will instead end up with hundreds of copies of their friend of your friends instead of you. Right? Yeah, exactly, Cecil. Oh, so I see. Oh, discovering Oscar and Spell Shapers. My man, we like a lot of the same stuff. All right. Ooh. Let's talk about this Ashling Limitless deck from Dogboy. So Ashling, 3 mana, pretty easy commander get onto the board. Elemental spells you cast from your hand have evoke for 4. So you can cast any elemental spell for only 4 mana, but as soon as it enters, it is then sacrificed. And then when you sacrifice a non-token elemental, you create a token that's a copy of it. It gets haste, and then you sacrifice it at your end step unless you pay 1 of each color, which you're usually not doing. We're here for ETBs and sacrifices. Anyway, this looks like it's built within the confines of bracket 2. 39 creatures. Good. Deck should be packed to the gills. Cool. A lot of mana, and a tutor early on. This little guy's cute. Cool. Yeah, Beza just happens to be an elemental, you know. They've been making a lot of things in recent sets just like, you know what? Make it an elemental. You know what? Is it got a little sprinkle of nature? It's an elemental. Champion of the Path. That's a way you make. That's a way you get people to shuffle up for the next game. Cool. We've got some of the pitch elementals. I have this subtlety with the like fancy foiling. I don't have a place to put it. Double triggers. Yeah, the Cavaliers seem pretty great here. The Calamity Beast, yeah, I guess Beza is probably not the best example. Like, this is fairly elementally. But there's definitely some other ones. Yeah, Cavaliers are great because they have enter and die triggers. Irdu. What are we doing with Irdu? Because the Convoke is not particularly helpful for us. Because this gets sacrificed before you can cast a creature spell. Let's see, that's the thing, come on. You can have that. Again, you just need a couple people to play it with you, but like there's like the big resurgence of pre-modern. Like that's old Magic. Hardcast Erdo. Just so that you can then use the Convoke to pay for the Evoke. Like that works, I guess. How many creatures do you end up with on the board, though? Cool. The Gigantha is cute, right? Because this, you make a token copy that gains haste. This is one, I know a lot of people like this in the list, but right, so if you evoke it, it's 4 mana, right? For 2 forests. The one that the actual card and then the copy. Is that worth it? Like, at that point, do you just play Skyshroud Claim? Because then that's a card that you can play for 4 mana and get 2 forests untapped without having to have the commander on the board. Let's see. We'll get all the incarnations. These are also nice because you can still pay their own evoke cost, and Ashling makes a copy. Yeah. Green Ward and Marasa is excellent in this deck. Oh, this is, yeah. Phytotitan is very funny. So it dies, return to the battlefield at your next upkeep. So it's just like, cool, I'll definitely evoke this. Supreme Exemplar. Oh, yeah. Big old 10/10 flyer. And the champion and elemental. If you have an actual elemental on the board, it means you can get another ETB when this thing dies. And that's just a cool card. Titan of Industry, Sunderflock. Yep. Okay. Sorceries. We're rampant. We're copying. We're bringing everything back. 2 because it dies twice. Right. Well, no, right? That doesn't work. I guess. Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. You go evoke it. Resolve its champion trigger first. Exile an elemental. Then evoke. Makes it sacrifice. That thing comes back. Then resolve the Ashling trigger. Make a copy of the Supreme Exemplar. Exile the thing again, and then get it back at the end of turn. Yeah. Instance. Interaction, Ashley's command. Yeah. Return the Wild Speaker, Kindred summons. Then Soul Ring, yep. Ramp in. Okay. Maud has brought this up multiple times to me, like just as a joke, because I said that I thought the cream of the crop reprint in this deck was bad. Like, I'm glad they reprinted it because the card was way too expensive for what it does, but I didn't think it was particularly good in this precon. Like, it doesn't do nothing, but I think I think it was just here to reprint it in, in a set that was the same as when it was first printed. I don't know. Beanstalk is great. Elemental Bond seemed pretty good. Yeah, we got a lot of card draw. Populate. So remember, everybody, if you populate a thing that you have to sacrifice at the end of the turn, unless the sacrifice at the end of the turn is an ability of the card itself, when you populate, you do not need to sacrifice that creature. Yeah, this is a similar thing. You're making copies of tokens. Those are not sacrificed. When you sack a creature, you can return a creature card with lesser mana value from graveyard to battlefield tapped. Woo! Yeah, Descendant's Fury, I really like this. Because you can, the token that Ashling makes is hasted and only sacrifice at your end step, so you can just run it at people, and if it gets through, you sacrifice it and roll into something for free. And then this is greater good. Bene Supremo. Okay. Nice healthy 38 lands. We need some card advantage, which is interesting, because if you look at this, I just want to do a quick count of card advantage. Beanstalk, Elemental Bond, Uprising, Greater Good, Wild Speaker, Ashling's Command. It's not great, but it does the job. Like Mole Drifter, Wistfulness. Like, this is just a quick look through. So this is a thing, and Dogboy, you can tell me if I'm wrong here, but oftentimes the card advantage that people put into their decks is, for lack of better term, win more card advantage. Stuff like Garrick's Uprising, Elemental Bond, Up the Beanstalk, these all are great to draw cards if you're in a good position. If you're okay to pay 3 mana or so for a card that does not do anything on its own and is only really there to draw cards. What we need is card advantage that just does it by itself. Because if you have Ashling on the board and you're evoking all your big stuff, you don't even necessarily need card advantage. You just need whatever these things do. Your advantage is now that you've changed the board by blowing up an artifact or some creatures, or making, 2 copies of a thing and hitting somebody in the face with one. Usually the I need more card advantage is somebody board wiped and now I'm out of this game permanently because all my resources were destroyed. Or, somebody has put like a Torpor Orb on the board, and now I only get to look at 1 card a turn until I can find a solution for the thing that shuts down my deck. So let's see if we can find some stuff that is not dependent on what we're doing already. You end up top decking a lot. Yeah, exactly. Because at the point where you feel the top deck the most is when you're like, I'm not doing enough and my board isn't good enough. Because I don't care if I'm top decking if I have an excellent board. I'm like, cool, I don't need to cast stuff. I just send it. So what can we do in bracket 2 that's just like some solid card draw that kind of works with this? Board was Matt and nothing else to evoke. Right. Like, this seems like a good opportunity for the old, like consult the star charts, or what's the land one? Is it like plot something? Is it deadly plot? No. Because, oh, you mean the land, Cecil? Because we don't even need mass cards. We just need like, oh hey, this is gonna dig like 5-6 cards deep when I'm out of stuff, because you have so many high impact cards. You only just need to get to one that is relevant to keep going. What is the land one from? I think Thunder Junction. Like, stock up would also be great. Stock up, totally good here. The Golgari one. Like, it has plot, I think. Maybe I'm Pillage the Bog. Here we go. Like, it doesn't even have to be these. I'm just like trying to think of the most efficient ones. It's like a deck like this is like one of those motors where you have to like pull the ripcord on it, because you just need one thing to get it going again. And so if you can dig to that one thing, it puts you in a good position. I'm trying to think if there's like, oh, this one. I really liked this one. I think I put this in my upgrade. Evolutionary Leap. 1 green sack creature, reveal until you hit a creature card and put that into your hand. It's kind of like Cream of the Crop, but you get so much more out of this one since it actually puts it into your hand, as opposed to Cream of the Crop. And this is the argument that I made against Cream of the Crop, period, for this deck, is that no matter how many elementals you have enter on your turn, this is only setting up 1 card on the top of your library. So I don't like this card. Yeah, so like I'm not even I won't even add the stock up in here because I think Pillage, Consult are both really good options here. Because you only need to get the one card to you know get the engine started again. What song is currently playing? This is Golden Scans by the Klaxons. I don't know. Also, are there like any I'm trying to think if there's any like elementals that you might be missing out on that also would give you a nice burst of card draw. Colorless one, but it's only a cast trigger. Oh yeah, yeah, Null Drifter. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think that it's great here. Um That's one word. Solidomuse. This creature leaves the battlefield, choose an opponent. If they have more cards in hand than you, draw equal the difference. And you don't need your commander for this either. This is just kind of good whenever. Do you have the precon? Or did you just get Ashling? It's because I'm surprised to see some cards that are not here. You got the precon? So I thought some of like the some of the elementals that were unique to this were pretty good. Yeah, you didn't like the Encore ones? Because, like, some of those solve your problems, right? Like Subterfuge. Right? Because, like, this thing, you evoke it. You get to give 2 things flying and hit a player, draw that many cards. So, like, worst case, you give it to Ashling and you give it to the token. Both can swing. Yeah. Also, yeah, I don't like this card. Yeah. Also, I think this is fine, but I don't think it's what a deck like this needs. Also, subtlety is not great in this deck because you never have a second target for the copy. Unlike Fury or what's its face, who can spread out those targets to other things. Solitude, there we go. Also, Chromatic Lantern, whether you like it or not, I don't think you need it for this deck because once Ashling's on the board, you're paying colorless mana. Like, it might help you to do this thing, but I don't think I would want to slot in my deck for it. What is this? All right. All right. Is this the card I'm Industrial Advancement? Yeah. I think you can probably cut this reality shift. You have a lot of ways to deal with creatures. And there's just like, that might as well be a Swords of Plowshares. Wild Speaker, also, I don't think this is great. Because this is going to be most effective when you actually have an elemental that, like a large elemental on the board. But at that point, you probably don't need to be spending 5 mana to draw cards like this. And I think Kindred Summons is for sure a win more card. If you have a board, you don't need to make more board. Catharsis, unless you're like committed to putting all 5 of these in just because it makes you feel good, I would cut this. This is one of the more specific ones, and I think it doesn't fit into the generic elementals build. Like, these all have solid like utility otherwise. Honestly, the emptiness you could probably also cut since your number of targets for the other part are so small. But that, also this card looks cool. You want all the pretty elemental full arts, then that is reason enough. All right. For me, you should try running my card that I think Nerd Girl kept blowing up in the episode where I played this. It's Heartless Summoning. This card is so cool. HC. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying I just died in HC. Wow, doing the thing I told myself. No, you're saying hardcore World of Warcraft. That's what I think I figured it out. None of the mana evokes are really worth it. Since they do not have mana spent on them as copies, right? Oh, you mean these? Yeah, I agree, but if it's just like, man, I want to see these cool cards in my deck, then at that point you leave them. Yes, but you should play Heart of Summoning. This God, it's so good. It's so good in this deck. Well, I can evoke everything for 2. They get -1/-1. The creatures that were gonna die anyway. Oh no. Whatever will I do? What was the other? Oh, this one. All right. This was one of my upgrades as well for this deck, Gravesifter. So very good if you evoke it, but also sometimes this is the card advantage that you need. You're like, oh no, I'm out of cards in hand. Rip this off the top. Go great. All of my elementals are back in my hand. It's pretty good. I will say I'm surprised not to see any 1 mana dorks, because those allow you to play Ashling on turn 2 and then evoke something on turn 3. Now, sure, they don't do a ton for you later, but like you can sack them to Evolutionary Leap. Yeah, the Hierarchs, Birds of Paradise. Even like Delated Halfling, because you can use that to cast Ashling. Anything. Altar of Ball. Is that the sack reanimate thing? Two A's. Yeah, that's what that is. Oh, exile a creature you control and return something. Yeah, this is pretty solid. Although the thing for me for this one is that it requires you to have anything on the board to convert into something. And like, yeah, you have the adventure of it, but I think this is a card that shines when you are already doing the thing. And if we're using it as a, oh no, things are not going well, I'd rather have a reanimate that is not conditional. Birthing Ritual. That's my kind of win more. Yeah, I also think this is a really good card in this deck, because this one is only 2 mana. 2 mana, not bad for what this provides you. So you're able to look at 7 cards and put a big creature onto the battlefield, which is kind of what we want to do with the deck. This is another one where it's like, okay, it's at its best when you're already doing the thing. So like, I'm not saying that I think this card falls in that category, but is worth because it's only 2 mana and there's no other input. So like, you could certainly play it. Promise Aclazats, yeah. It's the same. I don't think you need a lot of, I don't think you need a lot of these payoffs. Like Industrial Advancement, Descendant's Fury, Birthing Ritual, Promise to Aclazats. I think they're all replaceable, and you want like 1 to 3 of them in the deck. You don't want to see more than one, and sometimes it's absolutely not the thing you want to see. Like Riveteer's Ascendancy, same thing. Spinner of Souls, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I guess this seems like a really obvious suggestion, but you can also just do the Great Henge here. Like, the card is good wherever you put it, but it's really good in this deck because you're able to get a high-powered creature out for cheap, discount the thing, and then also draw cards off of every single evoke that you're doing. Figure I won't leave that suggestion out, but yeah, Elspeth too. Like, there's just like this wide range of these cards that like just give you value for doing the thing. And I think you need a couple of them, but yeah. Turn 1. Turn 2 and draw. Turn 3. Here's an Ashling. Turn 4. No, tap lands. No. Sorry, here. We can evoke Muldrifter for the actual evoke cost. Draw off up the Beanstalk. Draw for the Muldrifter. And then we'll put a Triome in. Oh yeah, get a copy Muldrifter, right? Winelander, no thank you. This is doable, right? Go draw. Ah, perfect. Path of Ancestry. Draw. Here's an Eclipse Realms on Elemental and a Banneret. Draw. None of these matter. We'll play the island. I want to say with the hand that we have, we don't run out Ashling because we don't actually have a payoff. So instead we start... Let's do like Soulstoke. Draw, man. All right, let's see. So if we go... Yeah, see, this is the thing where it's like, these are all setup pieces, but you can play Ashling for 2. And then we could put something into play if we had something. So yeah, he's probably just still waiting on this. Man, that's unfortunate because the creature count is very high. 1 lander, don't keep that. This isn't bad because you can go draw, land, draw, Shriek Maw something, draw. Ooh. I think I like the Risen Reef here better. We look at this. Draw, and then here's our turn 4. Can go... You can go Ashling, Flamekin Harbinger, but then I think all your opponents go, well, time for you to die. So instead you can just go like 3 visits Ashling or 3 visits Elemental Bond. And then on this turn, you go, right, here's 6 mana. We missed the Risen Reef trigger. White Reliquary to sack tokens that you don't want to keep the land ramp. Yeah, I think that's the thing is like, we have these dreams of getting this incredible value out of our sacrifices, but you don't need it. You're spending 4 mana or less for these big honkin' spells. You should be happy with that amount of value anyway. And so like adding these sorts of things, I think Riveteer's Ascendancy is probably the one I like the least. Like, you just don't want that many of them. Yeah. Putting a Birds of Paradise in here. Hey, look, the birds showed up right away. I guess we do have a lot of tap lands. That is the one part that's a little tricky about it. All right, this is up 2 mana. We can just go... Oh, we don't have blue for this. Play birds, play this. Yeah, actually, I think this is play another tap land, play Ashling, this Ashling, hold up a mana to path something that we don't like, and then on the next turn we draw. We pay a blue. This flips. We make 2 mana. Or maybe that's not right. Yeah, never mind. We don't do that. We have 5 mana here. And we have enough blue for a Cavalier Gales. This is not bad. So you can go, what, Steam Vents, Harbinger. We search for one of the rampers. I don't remember what the common word that they have is. Braider. Put that on top, draw that card. Here's a breeding pool. Here's a smoke braider. And then draw. Incredible. We like play Ashling out for 3, and then for 2, we can evoke Vibrance. We can evoke Foundation Breaker, get doubles of those. Seems pretty great. You're probably evoking Vibrance here, since we don't have any lands in hand. Hot. I would say the mana base could definitely use an overhaul, but I recognize that sometimes you're just working with what you got. I wouldn't be so concerned with being able to consistently produce all 5 colors of mana, because all of your elementals become colorless as soon as you get Ashling out. Yeah, like I don't think you need to break the bank. I think you just need to readjust your distribution. Red is the color you need to have. Green is the color that you probably should have because it allows for some of your early plays. And that way you don't have to run so many tap lands. You just focus on making the colors that are most relevant. Because like any tap lands that don't have red or green in them, I would cut. And like maybe you just cut any of the ones like that only have one of those things in it. But yeah, that to me would be a consideration. Cut some of these like tap tri-lands and replace with things that are untapped that produce green or red but come in untapped or have the option to come in untapped. Oh yeah, listen, you don't even have an exotic orchard in here. The 5 color deck. That's free. That's so free. Hate that card? Why? You rip them up? All right, well, you have the precon, right? This came in the precon. Ancient Ziggurat. 1 mana only for creature spells. Cool. That's Ashling and all of these creatures that you're playing early. The relevant early spells you're not casting off of that are Farseek, Nature's Allure, 3 Visits, but you then take that into consideration for keeping the hand. But that's one. Yeah, I don't know. Any of the lands, like the fast lands, the slow lands, anything that you got that's a little budget friendly but has an opportunity to come into play untapped, I think is pretty big here. Yeah. How much is a Forbidden Orchard these days? It's still a little pricey, but yeah, this land is pretty great. This wasn't one of your brain teaser decks for me to get today. Well, honestly, the Exotic Orchard hate, I think, is the brain teaser for me. I'm like, I don't know that I've ever heard anybody that was like, yeah, I hate that card. That's dude, that's the stumper for me for today. But cool. Yeah, Ashling's a good time. Ink app. Can I ask a question for deck I'm building right now, or should wait to finish going through this deck? I think we've just about wrapped this one up. I think Dogboy, just like experiment with some number of these types of cards, because I think the most, like, you just need sometimes to be able to grab the next relevant card, and it gets everything started all over again. You have a couple other options in here now. Yeah. Oh yeah. Havoc Eater. Cool. All right. Incap. If your question is not too involved, then we can definitely see what you're thinking. And you got the link. I put that in the chat already, right? Oh man, this song brings me back. One of my early Magic parody songs was this song, a Millie, and it was "I'm Milling," and I wrote out the entire rap, and it lines up like even to the rhyme scheme and the vowel sounds of a lot of the lyrics to this song. The recording quality, however, was terrible. And it was probably a little too specific. Like, you really had to know a lot of mill cards to to enjoy that song to the fullest. What's the other Heartless Summoning? Sib Sig Ceremony? No, because it's triple black. I think if you could cast that spell reliably in this deck, sure. But I don't think there is an Ashling deck that can reliably cast Sib Sig Ceremony. Because the other big thing is Heartless Summoning can happen the turn before you play Ashling. I wonder if I can find the original lyrics that I wrote for that. I don't know where I would have put that. It's probably on my other PC. Yeah. Honestly, it's probably still on a... Hold on. Now I'm going to go on a tangent. I'm going to see if I can find it. It would definitely be on TikTok. Hold on. Let me be safe with this. Make sure I don't... Gotta find it. I gotta find it. It's like a million videos back, and but it should still be on the Decked Out account because that was originally my account. My God, why does this guy make so many videos? There's a lot of videos. Okay, I made it to the old font. The old title font. Can I not go? There's no way that's the first video, right? Now I'm on a mission. Why can't I find this? Did it make it onto YouTube? Oh, I found it. I found it. Are you all ready for... I don't know if this is a very cringy video, but man, does it make me happy. Oh, let me see. Uh-oh. Yep. I got it. You'll have to tell me if the volume is good on this, but...
I'm a millionaire, I'm a young Johnny millionaire. What I play is really unfair. There's Teferi and Mesmeric, Jace Balerin over there, and gonna copy Brain Freeze, cause you didn't say please. Anawan the Ruin Thief, and a Reef with sort of body and mind, and I don't paint, unless I got grind, cause you're gonna feel my power when I swing my fleet Sawala, and I thought that my scour makes your deck smaller. Wizard Cunning God, Hedron Crab, another Archive Trap, I got Ambassador Laquatus, hope you don't have a Muldrotha, tell them goblins, ha 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 ha, I got Tasha Ashiaka, and I drew my Sirku, if you can't beat them, then Lobotom, then you crank them, and you lock them, then you maddening cacophony, not stopping, got a problem like half your deck from trauma. Mother Walker, I mill.
Yep. This is old. This is old. When did I vote?
Cannot believe that this...
Oh. I don't know. I can't even...
I'm milling. I'm milling.
I'm trying to find the date. Yeah, this is 2021. Damn. That's 2021. I thought about doing some remakes on like some of the ones that like, because that video has like sub 300 views, just because there's like I learned a lot about like how to get things to work well within like the algorithms and you know, like what makes for good short form content. I think I could make some of these pop off, but 2021 is 1 million years ago. Okay. Well, now the world is our oyster or whatever. Hoodie matching the chair. I don't know. If you pay attention, you'll notice that I only have like 5 pieces of clothing. So the odds are just pretty good. Okay. I don't know. What do we want to do? Did I get another deck tech? Did I get another deck tech? Did I not bring up the deck list for the... Very sorry if I missed on that. Oh, didn't add it into the shop. Yes, yes. Saritha, are you still down? I can open the shop back up. Yeah, same for zombie, right? Also, wow, yeah, Incap, I totally missed your question from before. Things just moved. Building Asmo, toolbox reanimation. Got a way of ending games built to tutor and play, reanimate interactive creatures and some light stacks, but don't know what the sort of ways to win games while fitting the toolbox reanimation theme. You just need something that does that does like one, look for like add some reanimation targets that do close out games, or leverage some of the additional actions that are happening, like Asmo discards a bunch of cards, so you know, stuff that's dealing damage on discard. You might get some new goodies from Strixhaven because a lot of red cards care about things leaving the graveyard, thanks to Lorehold. But yeah. Yeah. Gary said that it was just a donation and not a deck tech. But I'm gonna open this up right now. Let me see. We're at 6:15. I'll put 2 on. Okay, so it should be updated. There should be 2 new slots. Yeah, who was after Gary Dogboy? That was you. Yeah, it took me a while to figure out where I needed to go to check, but yes, I can confirm now that we only had 3 deck techs that were today. Cyborg, Electman, Dogboy. Zombie token donated after you, but it was just a coffee. Let's see. Oh yeah, Wendy's. I missed yours too. Building a deck outside your normal colors because you remember a silly interaction with banding, trample, and death touch. Okay. All right, you got my attention. Getting lost in sauce. How much of it should I have together before getting help? Any amount. Just obviously understand how much that I'm able to do for you. Depending on how much you give me. Because like if you give me 100 cards, then we're like we're tuning up. We're getting this thing ready to take out into the field. If you give me 10 cards and a concept, then I can fill in a bunch of card slots for you, but I won't necessarily be able to help to balance like numbers and things like that for the deck, but I can give you a much more fleshed out core of what you want to do. How loose can we do with a deck tech? Can I give you a card and an idea and say go? Yes, you can. Yeah, you can. It can be as little as that. It can be give me no cards and say, hey, I really wanted to do like mono blue reanimator. Can that happen? And then that is what we do. Yeah, Cecil has done it. I think it was, I want to say it was Rob the Princess who gave me a list of like 200 cards or something. I was like, I don't know what to do. This is this is what's in my brain. I was like, all right. Yeah. I knew it. That's Epic. How does the deck review system work? It's pretty flexible. We're kind of discussing. You can have the slightest idea of a deck to a fully fleshed out deck, and we can work on that. If you have a very particular like goal, like hey, this thing is missing a win condition, I can't close out games, or man, this thing really, it feels like it's a couple turns behind everybody else, can I speed this deck up, or I want to upgrade this from bracket 2 to bracket 3. We can do any of that stuff. Sometimes we've had a couple that are just like, hey, can you take a look at this deck and tell me it's cool? You don't have to do a thing to it. I just want to hear your thoughts. And that also works. It's not coming up. It should be open now. Did you go back to the shop and refresh? I think very little is not possible with modern Magic Commander. It's very true. Just submit a deck, and then you're in a queue. Oh, I see. If you go to the link down in the corner for our Ko-fi and go to the shop, there should be an item named Deck Techs for April 8th. Man, what's going on with this? I'm gonna need a new playlist. There we go. Yeah, also, I don't think anybody's ever asked me to do it, but I would also happily roast your deck. I will just probably... Mauled is much better at, like, turning it into comedy on the fly. I will probably just be like, this is actual, this is actual garbage. All, you know, I think mine would be a little too brutal. Let's be like, you can't, like, these cards were good 10 years ago. Please look at one spoiler. Like, man, I sure would love this deck if I liked taking, you know, if I liked playing one card a turn and not winning any games of Commander. Yeah, does it count as a roast if Nerd Girl does it? She'd just be stating facts. Just be like, I don't know what this deck does, and I don't think I would have any fun if I played it. And from the looks of the few cards that I can identify, you are not a very good Magic player. And that would be it. The old card I put into flubs, Gustus Scepter. Look, Dog Boy, that's a whole nother conversation that I don't know if we're all ready to have that conversation. That Commander players are just naturally bad at Magic, and that's okay. That's weird. It is showing up correctly for me, but yeah, like I don't know. It's allowing me to get it. If we can't, if it's still not functioning in the like next few minutes, then I'll just remove the two that I added to it, and you can just do the donation, and we'll do it that way. Easy. Ooh, all right, Cecil. Do we want to have the conversation? Do we want to have the conversation while everybody figures out why Kofi isn't working? Okay. The average Commander player is worse at Magic than the average Magic player of any other format. If you took somebody like, if you threw out a random number of like, you know, like 500 games, the average Commander player that has played 500 games is significantly and noticeably a worse Magic player than somebody that has played any other format 500 games. Because you have a lot more things to keep track of, for sure. You have twice as many things. You have two more players, two more boards. you know, you have and all of these things that can happen. The range of possibilities is much wider. However, to succeed in a game of Commander, the number of those things you actually have to track and judge correctly is way less than the total that there is. Isn't that an ice cold take? I mean, like, kind of. But you miss out on a lot of fundamentals of things. You miss out on some base ideas of like tempo and card evaluation and managing your resources, because sometimes the game can just be, oh, well, I had a slow start, so please don't attack me. And that just works. But like, for instance, the last CEDH tournament I went to, a player that I was like, oh, you're clearly a very seasoned CEDH player. You know, you have a good knowledge of the format. You know, like, you're piloting your deck well. But then a player went to block with a creature and then sacrifice it before damage, and they did not understand that that was a thing you could do in the game. They just did not have a basic understanding of the phases of combat because they didn't need to. Because even at the competitive level of the game, they could get along pretty fine without that full knowledge of how the game works. Like, it's also a big reason why Commander has become so popular, is because you can have a great time and feel good in a game with so much less knowledge, which you can so much less knowledge, so much less skill. But in a game of 1v1 Magic, it is a lot harder to feel good in the game without a certain base level of knowledge. Yeah. Now only know about it because it was part of the changeover from damage on the stack. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Is did you learn that out of because of Commander, or did you learn that because you were playing casual other Magic? Nobody knows layers. I famously have gotten layers wrong in videos. It's very difficult. Hey, yes, okay, good. It looks like it is working. Thank you, Saratha. All you got to do is post the link to your deck list in the chat or in the Discord. Yeah, God, like, layers, whenever I have to talk about layers, I have to make sure, I have to, like, do the research all over again, because it's not information that sticks well in my brain. Like, the particularly complicated parts of it. Don't laugh too much at it. Are we pumping Gus's Scepter? Yeah. Ooh, Calamax. We're gaming. Okay. Yeah, layers I do think is like we get to the part where it's like, okay, you actually, this is not a magic fundamental, and that I think is that's the difference. Is commander players do not need to learn fundamentals to be a good player or to succeed by commander standards, and you really need it for 1v1 magic. All right. So Saretha, tell me about this. What's our goal for this deck tech? Because Calamax is a really cool commander. So you're like, we're in Teamer. It's a 4/4, so it's pretty chunky. And then when you cast your first instant spell each turn, if Calamax is tapped, you copy it. And then when you copy an instant, you put a counter on it. So like, the rates for a lot of these is really good. 4 mana for a chunky creature that gets bigger for that's great. And getting a free copy every turn for 4 mana is really good. But it has to be instants only, and it has to be tapped for that to be turned on. Just to see if it's able to work and stuff. Okay. Do you have like a particular thing that you're trying to get to work? Or is this just like, I just want a cool Calamax deck? Do we feel like this functions? So we got some fun stuff. Invasion of Arcavios. I think this is a very cool battle. I enjoy battles overall. I really wish they would print more of them. I just think it's a really fun mechanic, especially for multiplayer. Yeah. I think Cecil, you actually bring up an important something. I'm getting distracted a little bit. But in 1v1 Magic, you need a third party to settle disputes. Because you have one person versus one other person, and if somebody's like, "Here's how this works," and somebody's like, "That's not how that works," there will usually then be a judge around to go, "Hello, I know how this goes. This is how it works," and then both players have learned something. But for Commander, generally, those sorts of disputes are settled at the table without a judge because you have 4 players. And you're hoping that those players get the ruling correct. But sometimes some of them just go, "Okay, well, I'm pretty sure this is how it works." And they're like, "Okay, well, that outrules the other one, so sure." All right. So yeah, I like Invasion of Arcavios because it grabs one of your big scary spells and then turns into something cool and gives you something to swing at so that your Calamax is tapped. All right, Ral gets loyalty for casting. Chandra, also a spell copier. Yeah. And we're already thinking with some fresh new Strixhaven cards. Sanar is like essentially a mana dork that also has a tutor attached to it. Cool. All right. We have some of the spell pingers, some spell reduction. Pingers. Oh, Lila is cute. Doublers, Ricksmithies. Okay, an Eluge. I love an Eluge. Okay, oh, Zada. All right, I think we're cooking up something here. Cool. All right, we've got a lot of spellslingery support. Mizzix Mastery, always a good time. We will be very mana hungry in this deck. Wisdom of Ages, yeah, return all of your instants and sorceries. I think this card is big and flashy and bad, but sometimes you just need big and flashy. All right, instants. Here we go. Some nice little utility spells. Cool, cool. Ooh. Yeah, all right. Leyline Dowser. Oh, I never see anybody play this card. This is a cool card. Also, like this is a great use of this card because the tapping an untapped legendary creature you control. Oh hey. Got some ramp and then this loot. God, I can't wait to play with this card. God, I can't wait to play with this card. This is so messed up. Double your mana for 4 for instant sorceries. Oh, you know, the thing that I was going to be spending it on anyway. And some incidental card draw. Cool. All right. I like where your head's at here. My initial instinct, I was like, oh no, I'm worried. These are not a lot of the cards that I would typically see in a Calamax list. However, that is simply because of the way that I tend to play and build. You have taken a different approach to Calamax than I would have done. And if a certain nerd girl was here looking at this deck, she would probably be like, "Oh yeah, this is a good deck. This is what I would do." So I know a lot of players, including myself, would normally build this as get Calamax on the board, cast the biggest, fattest instant you possibly can, like Magma Opus, and get the copy out of it. However, you have leaned into a lot of these small utility value spells, which to me, you're then able to get maximum value out of copying an instant on every turn. So as opposed, like this is much more of a spell slinger approach to Calamax instead of a spell slapper, which is what I call the Prismari kind of archetype, where I'm just gonna slap one big spell on the board. Because like I saw some of these and I was like, oh, we're not really gonna be casting that many spells, but this build you are. So let's run with that. If we truly are, at the very least, we want to be casting one spell on every turn. Because, like, Opt, it's a fine spell. 1 mana, draw 2, scry 2. Pretty good. I think the thing, let's see, what are our win conditions though? That's always something to consider for a little spellslinger deck. Eris is good. 4/4 dragons will finish out a game. Octavia is good. Making things into 8/8s will finish out a game. Rite of the Dragon Caller, excellent. And then we do have like Fiery Inscription and these little pingers. Yeah. Okay. So how can we lean into this sort of like into this even more? First, let's focus it a little bit into yeah, I mean, well, that's it. That's the thing, right? Is bombardment is not a win con. Bombardment does not provide a direct avenue to winning the game. It's really good here, but because if you're casting a bunch of these spells, you have to have a spell that's like been exiled by bombardment that actually does a thing to players and to a relevant amount. And very few of these spells are able to like deal damage to a player. So, yeah, first I'm going to trim out some stuff for you. I think as much as we can, the deck should be spells. Your ramp, spells. How many instants can we do? So the one I'm thinking of course, is Growth Spiral. We also have Planar Genesis. Oh, yeah. We love an MDFC. Yeah, I think you can cut all of these signets. Maybe even the Arcane Signet. Growth Spiral. Planar Genesis. Both instants that you're fine to play on turn 2, which will ramp you, or get copied when Calamax is out. Stuff in considering? Oh, ooh. Yeah. Okay. I do think you run Emeritus here. Because we're casting a high volume of spells. And you have a lot of cheap spells, so you're likely able to play Archmage Emeritus with a mana open to at least draw one card off of it. I do think you want you want a lot of these types of things. The more that you can put bodies in the way, the better. Yeah, this is definitely good for this deck. Cool, I like those. Okay. I think you can cut this Erixmathes. Like, yeah, you are casting more spells than your average deck for sure, but I don't think we need this sort of thing. Eluge, God, this card is such a good time. I guess I've never really thought about using this in a multicolored deck. I'm gonna come back to this. I'm not sure how I feel exactly. Zada, how many things do we have that are useful for us? Veil and safekeeping. Bite down. Gaia's Gift. Quandrix Charm, I guess. Make everything a 5/5. Archdruid's Charm. Yeah, I don't think we have enough to really get good value out of Zada. Jadzi is... I kind of just want this card to work. So I think you leave it. Mana Geyser is a little rough here since it's only making red mana and it's not an instant. I do think this Wisdom of Ages is not a good card. It's 7 mana to pass the turn and look like a threat. Archdruids, I think, is going to be tough to do with the triple green pip. Let's see. I don't think we need Beast Within because we're in really good colors to deal with most things. Same for Chaos Warp. Can definitely find some better counter magic than Convolute. All right, now we're talking. So I want to see, is there any more ramp that we can do here that is an instant for 2? Would be very nice to get Calamax on the board on turn 3. Yeah, Manamorphose is nice. And definitely Frantic Search. Springleaf Drum is fine, but we may not even need to run something like that. Oh, actually, Lindblom, if it's not already in your list, this would be so good. Yeah, this is great. Land if you need it. And an instant that makes a pinger. The question is, can we dig up any extra ramp that I don't feel terrible about playing? I guess you could do a Tarka's command, put a land from your hand onto the battlefield, and have it deal 3 damage to each opponent. Growth Spiral. Oh yeah, that was one of the first ones. I was like, we gotta put that in there. Yeah, probably can't find anything else. I think the Atarka's command is probably fine. Yeah, like for sure it's not the best. I'm just like, I don't know, maybe do we just run like make a treasure instead? Burgeoning, no, because I think I'm not expecting to have a ton of lands in hand ahead of time. I'm looking for stuff we can play. We can just let it rip on turn 2. All right, I think I'm okay with like dropping a Felwar Stone back into this. Okay. I really like Harrow for this deck. Because if you're copying this, you're sacrificing a land to get 4. And they're all untapped. Yeah, I like the Leyline Dowser as a way to get it tapped. I think we should look for some other ones. But like, because there was, you know, of course, Maxodon's suggestion for Springleaf Drum. I want it to be like, I feel like there's even better options. Bender's Waterskin. I think Bender's Waterskin is fine, but I think we just have better stuff like Harrow. Joint exploration, yeah, but the thing is, the joint exploration. So I specifically like. I really want. I want more 2 mana spells that I can play that ramp, and then any ones after that have to be bangers. Like Harrow's grabbing us 4 untapped basics. Yeah, I think this heated argument is pretty meh. Yeah, we probably also want to be running like Snap. Man, Snap's $5? This also seems like a good young Pyromancer deck. I think we cut out some of this. I like the Sanar. Lila, how many spells do you actually have that you work with? Iteration, Growth Spiral. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 is pretty decent. Are there any of these that don't like being plotted? I don't think so. O'Hare Pockbatik seems pretty great here. Cast an instant from your hand, it gains rebound. Yeah. 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 I think this Jadzi is just too ambitious. I don't think you get to do the fun thing with it. I think we cut the 1,000-Year Storm because what this deck is not, it's not the best Storm deck. Using Holdout Settlement, maybe. I think what this deck does best is cast an instant on every player's turn. So we're still getting a relatively high volume of spells, but we're not doing them all in one turn. So I think that's the reasons to cut stuff like Case of the Ransack Lab. This is just, it's going to be very good at casting a spell, maybe 2, on each turn. I really want this illusion to work, but I don't think that it does here. Triple blue is pretty rough. I am trying to trim this down. Here's a Coruscation Mage. I think it is just a little bit better than some of these other versions. Yeah, like I'm gonna do this because it's optimal, but like Erebor Flamesmith, totally fine. Does just about as good a job here, but Firebrand Archer also gets pings off of our 4 artifacts, our 3 enchantments, our 1 battle, and our 2 planeswalkers. Electro Dominance. Yeah, it does get around the timing for it. I think Electro Dominance would be fine, but it does kind of break the thing that we're doing, which is playing a cheap spell on every turn. Because you have to commit a good amount of mana to that before it does what you want. I think we also probably want some more cantrippy stuff. I think we can cut this bite down because this type of removal is like a necessity if you're in a mono green because you don't have any better, but we have 2 other colors that we can lean on for the removal. Yeah, rapid hybridization would work. We got the Pongify in here. We've like a lot of options for removal. Here's, we definitely should be on Big Score and Unexpected Windfall. Because both of these so you cast, discard a card, and then when Calamax copies it, you spent 4 mana to draw 4 cards, make 4 treasures, and you've only discarded 1 card. Are we on Twinning Staff? Not yet. Yeah, we're doing much copying. So that is Calamax 2. Isn't this today's video? It's not today's video, right? Today I talked about the 6/6. Oh, Alania. Yeah. The gameplay video, right? Let's see. I think I would swap this Smite the Deathless for, I don't know, anything else. It's a little inefficient as far as Also, I don't think you need a galvanic iteration here because our commander copies our stuff, and copying galvanic iteration does not really do anything for us. Smite gets around indestructible. It does, but how many indestructible things that are only 3 toughness do you have to deal with? Because if it's like a meta thing and you're like, yeah, I always have to play against something, then I'm on board, but you have any Darksteel Mirrors? Yeah, I'm down. I'm down for a Wilderness Reclamation. Seaborn. I guess, yeah. What bracket are we in? Because this was bracket 2, and I assume we were staying there. Oh yeah, untaps Calamax. Yeah, that's not what we want. I think I'd also just want more cantrips here. You know what? Let me take a look. Maybe there's so many cantrips now. What ones actually work for us? Because I was about to go to consider, but I was like, there's probably other things. Expedite. I think is very good here. Because like if you already have Calamax out, sure, it's just 1 mana draw 2. But it also means that if you have 5 mana, you can go Calamax, expedite it, swing. And I guess like Crimson Wisps is the same thing. Also grants haste. Yeah, you could run Leap and Shadow Rift, that kind of stuff. But I think I'm hoping that Calamax is chunky enough to start just swinging. Because if we're playing a couple instants every rotation, one of the players should be not able to kill it in combat. This is kind of funny. Harmonized Trio. This does totally what we want. This is a way to tap Calamax, and it casts Brainstorm, which gets copied. Like, Brainstorm, not the best spell to copy, but it's still draw 2 for 1. That is pretty good. Normal Impulse, yeah, you could do Impulse, you could do Consult the Star Charts. I'm just going to sub this Electromancer out for a Thunderclap Drake. Yeah, I mean, we really could just jam every single MDFC into this. Isochron Scepter. I think you're onto something here. Isochron Scepter seems like a great time. So you have so many, like, yeah, you have so many good things you can put on it. Even if you just put something normal on it, it means that you're able to get one free cast every rotation that gets copied. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, Rashmi is a possibility, but my instinct is if we've got our setup online, we just dedicate all of our resources then to making sure Calamax doesn't die, because we're still getting a ton of value every turn. Selene Vision, Sinking Stupor. Those are probably the two that are... Noxious Revival. Yeah, I think that would be pretty fine here. Primal Amulet is fun. It is. It is. It's a lot for me to commit, I think, in a deck like this. Oh, yeah, we can actually drop Heroic Intervention here. We are not running a ton of permanents. And anything that stops, we should be able to just, like, counter it. Are there any of these other spells that, like, just actually don't work the way that I want? I think this is just a little too specific. You will end up getting what you want out of it. All right. I'm not thinking of any better ways to get Calamax tapped, so I'm okay with the Springleaf Drum here. Can we do... Because, like, there are these types of lands, the Survivor's Encampment, Holdout Settlement, but I don't know. Our early spells are pretty pip intensive. I don't want to put extra colorless lands in that need something else to tap. Yeah, there's the little dorks that do it, but I also don't know that I love those. Convoke spells also tap. That is true. I don't... Do we have, like, relevant Convoke? So you get a bonus for getting 2 deck techs in one day. I don't know. What are you thinking? The problem is I don't have that much time left in this stream. I'll probably only be going for another 40 minutes. So it might be more worth it for you to wait. Will Calamax trigger with Convoke? Yes, because actually, you know what? Here, so let me finish this up. I think I like Meeting of Minds for the Convoke, and then I'm gonna switch back to Calamax, and we'll talk about why that works. I think I like Wicked Slumber. I could be convinced on like Sundering Vitae. Okay. You're gonna give me 2 cards and tell me to go? Yeah, there's no way I would have time for that. So Calamax is when you cast your first instant spell each turn, if Calamax, the Storm Sire, is tapped, you copy it. The steps to casting a spell is you pay for the spell before the spell is considered cast. The spell is cast as the very last part of casting a spell, which sounds redundant, but so by that point, you've already paid the Convoke cost by tapping Calamax. So by the time this spell is actually considered cast, Calamax is already tapped and sees you cast that spell. Yeah, not too many older cards though. Oh, okay, all right. Let me make sure. We're at like a crisp 105 right now. Oh, it does clarify for Convoke with Calamax's, yeah. All right, I think I cut the Tamiyo safekeeping here because copying it doesn't do anything. So you might as well find any other spells to protect Calamax that do a thing that lasts, like Snakeskin Veil, or we just give you counter spells. Also, I think we cut the Thermo Alchemist. I think it's my least favorite out of the things that we're getting this value out of. Flame of Anor. How many wizards do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And what this makes a wizard? 7, 8. I don't think that's enough. Astral Slide and Eternal Witness. Oh, God. I would have a good time with that. But there's some very, very important work to be done. Because tomorrow, we are filming we're doing our first recording for the game show. I don't know if it'll necessarily be the first episode, but this is essentially like dress rehearsal to make sure the thing works. And if it works, then that episode is just that will be a first episode or something. But so I just want to make sure that I'm ready for that. Why is it giving me this? Right? What? I guess these just aren't quite right yet, right? Card types include instant. Weird. Also, these are also not the correct colors. Right, Scarfell did say it's an instant. That counts, that counts. I clicked on the wrong tab. Oh yeah, type versus T does not matter. Yeah, I think it's just that there hasn't been enough time for all of these to be updated. Does this work? Equals versus, I mean, it's definitely the right syntax. Okay, so that can do it. Oh, yeah, there's going to be a lot of good cards for this. Like, you probably want to run Erode, you probably want to run Flashback. Although I guess Flashback is not that great. Flashback, yeah, that card is. There's so many cards in this set are just like, huh? We're just doing this. All right. We're just doing this. Is this worked away? It's actually not quite worth it, I don't think. But if we go like, oh, it's too red. Oh, we can Magma Opus. Okay. Go draw. Here's a Turbulent Springs. Turn 2, draw. Play this island. Discard Magma Opus. Make a treasure. Turn 3. Play a land. Sack the treasure. Big score. Make 2 treasures. Discard Meeting of Minds. Draw 2. Is on turn 4. Go Reliquary Tower. play Calamax. Man, you know what's wild? Is actually sack the 2 treasures, play Resonating Loot. That leaves you now. Oh, no. Yeah. That leaves you with 4 mana. And you can use that for like the Lindblom. You could try and high roll and cast Growth Spiral and try and get something. But I think we would just do this. This is an exile. We draw. This is our turn 5. Like, I think we're in really good shape. I don't think we even need Calamax on a start like that. But okay, how about this? Draw. We have a Geyser. Draw. Here's a Forest. Run out a Electrostatic Field. Draw. Here's a Stormcarved Coast. Do like an Arcane Signet. Pongify something. Turn 4. I guess maybe you save the Pongify in that instance for when Calamax is out. This has been running just a little awkwardly. See, yeah, Saretha, I think, like, obviously this is a deck that really benefits from a mana base. Like, I don't think you need the Reliquary Tower, because your commander is 3 different pips, and all of your little spells are also colored pips. So anything that you can put into this that produces different colors would be good. You know, City of Brass, or like the full, what's the last one of these? We have Stormcarved Coast, Dreamroot Cascade, Rockfall Vale. Didn't go through your lands yet? Okay. Yeah, I think any land upgrades that you can do, definitely do them. What's the... If you got one of these, I really like this in this deck because Station gives you a way to tap Calamax, and then the sacrifice ability is actually super relevant because you have a bunch of creatures. You have stuff like Young Pyromancer, Third Pass Iconoclast, that are hopefully making you a bunch of creatures on the board. You could probably run more of those types of things too. And then this, where is it? This gives +1 in haste to all of your stuff. But yeah, even if we're just like doing like pain lands and stuff. You know, big budget. Dragon Run. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think though, I think if you bolster the manor base here, then you can run Survivor's Encampment and Holdout Settlement. As some easy ways to get Calamax tapped. Thanks, dog boy. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. See you next week. I think you can also remove the stress stream. Your bigger cost things are just less useful here. Red O'Hare worth fitting in? Probably not. I think you actually don't run Eris here either. I think you're happier to have like Octavia just seems weird here. I think you're likely to have a bunch of instant sorceries in graveyard. Or instants. I think you could replace this with like a bunch of different things. The rest of the card doesn't do anything you want. Turning things into 8/8s. It's pretty good. Sometimes it is just like, hey, I'm going to swing this Calamax at you. You can block. But here's the threat of I make it an 8/8. Base power and toughness 8/8. You also have like randomly some flyers and some unblockable stuff. This is also fine, but I think the modes are not the most relevant. Now here is a heater. So here is our turn 4 Calamax. That also, we also have lands untapped. The problem is our spells are not the best, but we at least have something to cover. Oh, they try and remove it, which means we're likely to untap here. That's not bad. We play a Ral, leaves us with 2 mana up. We just do like a draw 3, discard 2. That's enough to Wicked Slumber, I believe. Or we play Electrostatic Field if we think we're not getting interacted with on this turn, untap our stuff. Wicked Slumber, Dig Through Time, both unlocked. That's pretty good. How about this one? We go, it's a turn 1. Here's a turn 2. I think it's probably just like Young Pyromancer. Ooh, tap land. Tough. I think we just continue our setup here. Play Thunderclap Drake here. We can hold up Gaia's Gift. Honestly, probably just do it anyway to make the 1/1. Draw. Here's a Breeding Pool. We can play Calamax. Tap it to Caveron. You have a mana left, but that is 1, 2, 3, which is enough to Wicked Slumber to at least prevent us from getting hit too hard. Tap a bunch of stuff down. Get a 1/1, etc., etc. Yeah. This is our last one, I think. No blue mana. Yeah, this looks good. Draw. Here's a Command Tower and a Spring Leaf Drum. Can do this and I think we just go with Sanar here, and we can protect it if we need to, but I think that's unlikely. 3. So we can go make a treasure, pay 4 for Calamax, pass the turn. We have 1 mana up for Spring Leaf Drum that we can use for Snakeskin Veil, which I think is likely to happen. This ends up with a bunch of counters on it, and then we get to untap on this turn. That is pretty good. And I think a lot of options from there on what you want to do. Yeah. Yeah. We're still at 101. I do love this, but I think this is the cut. I definitely thought the dig through time would be a little bit better. I think you actually cut this because it plays against the Mizik's mastery. I think I just want like another flexible counter spell. I guess you could run Arcane Denial, because if you want to counter their spell, you cast Arcane Denial, it gets copied, you have both of them target their spell. But if you are low on cards, you can go wait for them to cast any spell, cast Arcane Denial. The first one targets their spell. The copy targets your own Arcane Denial, and you draw 3 cards at the next upkeep. Sick. All right, how do you feel about this, Saritha? I think the last thing I'd want, I might want one more of these, like, cast a spell, make a creature. So I think that's the angle you're probably the least protected against. You might have to buy some singles. I mean, like, I don't think this is necessarily, I think there are a lot of really replaceable things. Here, for the memes, we'll put in Tower End. I think the only stuff that you don't want to, like, that's going to be hard to replace, you already had kind of in the list. Like, I think Rite of the Dragon Caller is pretty important here. Like, your pingers. Like, I had a Coruscation Mage, but this could be any of the other ones. Like, Kessig Flame Breather. I think Vivi's Persistence is really good here. But I think a lot of this is replaceable. If you just find something that does a similar thing to most of these cards, then it'll work. You know? There are other spell reducers. There are other pingers. You know, there are other play a spell, make a creature. any of these are replaceable with something like, you know, counterspells or counterspells. I think the ramp shouldn't be expensive, but you definitely have to keep like Growth Spiral, Planar Genesis. Yeah, and then just beef up the mana base as much as you can. Yeah, like you don't have to run this Isochron Scepter. The VV one, yeah, that's and like it's very good. Wow, this is $85. Oh my god. Ooh, glad I got one of these. Yeah, I think it's really good here, but it's just another thing. Like, you can just replace this with another pinger. You can replace it with Kessig Fire Breather, Kessig Flame Breather. Easy. Yeah, right? I didn't notice that the first time around. Yeah, you could just put Vivi in. If you got a Vivi, that definitely works. Yeah, is this more expensive than Vivi? Yep, but significantly. Yeah, don't worry about it then. Just put Vivi in. Well, dang, everybody. You really filled up this day. Thank you so much. Really did not have much of a plan going into it. All right. That is my time, everyone. I will send you over to our friends, Steph and Brad, at Steel City MTG. Looks like they're doing some limited. That's kind of sick. Got big things to do tomorrow. I will see you all soon. I'm very excited. Thank you so much for a really supportive day, everybody. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I'll see you all next time. Bye.
Dinosaurs is strong.